Yeah, yeah. Yeah. Right. Let me move.
That was it. I'm sorry.
Good afternoon, everyone. We're going to get started shortly, so if you want to find a seat, freshman's table. I know it's hot out there. Please stay hydrated.
Yeah. Pleasure, pleasure.
So sunny. The weather is so the Mexico. Yeah. Oh yeah.
Yeah. Eventually, you can have exactly. So, what's your title now?
I'm overseeing the community engagement.
Hi, I'm John. Oh, sorry, Josh.
I saw that.
It's just cooking.
Yeah.
And I'm excited to be here. Good afternoon to everyone. Thank you for joining us as we achievements and contributions of Black American nation officials today. Juneteenth is a time to reflect on their shared history, celebrate freedom, and commit ourselves to building a more equitable and inclusive future for those who are abolitionists. And proud that two of my great Robert McCann and William Abbott fought in the Union Army to abolish. In today's program, I would like to invite Sheriff Katrina Brand for distinguished guest.
By acknowledging that we are gathered on the traditional land of the Kumeyaay Nation, a part of this land. This land protected and embraced many generations in a relationship of family. As members of the Chula Vista community, the land of the Kumeyaay. Now at this time, I'd like to recognize our distinguished guests, community organizations, and partners joining us this afternoon. We're also pleased to have City Manager Tiffany Allen, Deputy Courtney Chicks, Deputy South, all for joining us and for your continued commitment to building a welcoming, inclusive, and equitable Chula Vista. At this time, I'm going to have some reflections about Juneteenth. So, Juneteenth honors the end of slavery and is considered the longest running African American holiday. Juneteenth, which is short for June 19th, marks the day when federal troops arrived in Galveston, Texas in 1865 will be freed. The troops' arrival came a full 2.5 years after the signing of the Emancipation Proclamation issued by President Lincoln on January 1st, 1860. People held as slaves in any state shall therefore be free. Moreover, the troops' arrival was approximately two months after of the end of the Civil War. Emancipation Proclamation generally relied on the Texas as one of the most remote of the slave Civil War ended. Thus, enforcement there was slow and inconsistent, and slavery remained relatively unaffected. 1865, still, and read General Order Number 3, stated, quote, "The people of Texas are informed that in accordance with a proclamation from the Executive of the United States, all slaves are abolished with the adoption of the 13th Amendment to the Constitution. The first of what became celebration of June 19th. In ensuing Juneteenth commemoration, music, barbecue services, and other activities were held in Texas and spread to other parts of the country as Black people migrated from Texas to other parts of the United States. In 1979, Texas became the first state to make Juneteenth an official holiday, and on June 17, 2021, President Biden signed the Juneteenth a federal holiday. At least 33 states off on Juneteenth. So, 161 years since slavery was legally abolished. And while we are here to celebrate the Juneteenth as a federal holiday, Black people, though from birth to death, still face systemic disadvantages in American life. Gaps rooted in the legacy of the Black community, created significant diversity and inclusion initiatives, fortunately in the Black civil, particularly Black women. The racial home ownership gap is nearly 30 percentage points, with Black home ownership at approximately 45% compared to over 74% for white households. And this is one of many financial gaps that come from decades of discriminatory policies and nearly 3 centuries, or nearly 3 times from pregnancy-related causes. Black Americans more likely to die, from 30% more likely after the Civil War, constructed 1865 to 1877, Black Americans made unprecedented political gains, backed by the 13th, 14th, and 15th Amendments to the Constitution, securing the right to vote, actively running for office, and drafting progressive legislation. And during that period, Black men served in local, state, and national offices. But that political process was nearly halted by Southern states passing Jim Crow laws and other laws to disenfranchise Black voters, including literacy taxes, poll taxes, and property ownership requirements. It took until 1965, with the passage of the Voting Rights Act of 1965, that Black people could vote in significant numbers. Tools of just literacy taxes paved the way for 100 federal state elections. In recent years, the Voting Rights Act of 1995 has been gutted in court. On 25th, 2000, court issued a devastating decision, Shelby County versus Holder, which dealt a significant blow to the Voting Rights Act of 1965. Struck down the laws formulating which states and required to get federal approval to voting policy, ensure that they were not racially discriminatory. By striking down the formula, the court effectively put the most civil rights in this nation, and the pre-clearance requirement found in Section 5 of the law was its most innovative and impactful provision. The effects of that ruling were immediate. It led of policies, jurisdictions subject to pre-clearance. Since the Supreme Court gutted pre-clearance more than a decade ago, Section 2 of the Voting Rights Act was used to address racial discrimination. But 2 months ago, in April of 2026, the U.S. Supreme Court in Louisiana versus Calais significantly weakened Section 2 of the Voting Rights Act. The ruling made it substantially harder to challenge discriminatory voting maps, allowing states to use partisan gerrymandering to dilute the voting power of communities of color. In a statement issued by the Lawyers Committee for Civil Rights, they stated, quote, the Supreme Court's ruling in Louisiana versus Calais gutted Section 2 of the Voting Rights Act to challenge racially discriminatory Black voters in the left with lists on paper are increased to, and the immediate impact of Calais was multiple southern states started to redraw maps targeting existing majority-minority districts and diluting Black voting power. So, as we celebrate Juneteenth, we also must be acutely aware that our democracy is in crisis and that the gains of the civil rights era are being eroded. So I urge everyone who is eligible to vote, and push for policies and practices that expand human and civil rights, eliminate discrimination, and accelerate the well-being, education, and economic security of all people. Once again, I want to thank you all. Thank you for coming.
Introduce featured speaker Dennis Perry, educator, veteran with a distinguished career in leadership, program development, and social emotional learning. Through his work in education, community leadership, and his service, he has dedicated himself to empowering others and helping create environments where individuals can thrive. Please join me in welcoming Dennis Perry.
It recounts about. It's important to know God, to know right, and choose the best guide there is, our Lord and Savior Jesus Christ. I often wondered why we were slaves. I asked God why we were slaves. And I got an answer. Juneteenth reflects that answer. And God said, you were never slave. You were on a mission. You were on a mission to bring a message. A message I recognize. Opportunity, and that's what this country is about, was about. And at this time, in the interest of time, I can talk for everyone. My wife told me not to do that. That was one of her instructions. Do not get up there and talk for everyone like you normally do. And don't grab. So I won't. But I get the opportunity to be married to Melissa and watch her work with her Barbara period.
To our mayor, council members, the day that commemorates freedom and hope. When many people think about it, they think of a powerful event that occurred in 1918 when the last African Americans learned they were free. But Juneteenth is more than a date in history. It's a story of possibilities. It is a reminder that every generation stands on the shoulders of those who came before them. Today, we hear how the legacy of Juneteenth has evolved in my career as a healthcare leader and advocate for equality. I often think about the women who came before me. Women who look like me, women who possess intelligence, compassion, strength, leadership ability, but were denied opportunities because of the color of my grandmother, who had a certificate as an elementary school teacher, but she worked in the elementary kitchen with her family of 9. The road is difficult and still is, but it created hope. And hope who fought for freedom, civil rights, education, and opportunity, I was able to pursue a profession that I love. Also one that my grandmother wanted one of her 5 daughters to pursue, who are all educated. I carry units for young and family. I continue caring for patients in difficult moments of their lives. I have helped mentor nurses who would become leaders themselves. And throughout my career, I have never forgotten that my presence in those positions was made possible by generations who refused to give up. Every patient I connected to the legacy of Juneteenth. Why? About dignity. And dignity is one of the freedoms that every person matters. Every life has value. Every patient deserves freedom. Juneteenth has ended how I view leadership is not authority, it's service. An American woman in healthcare leadership, I often found myself in rooms where people who came never have been allowed to step foot in there. I understood that my responsibility was large, that understanding shaped how I led teams, patients. It also helped my career. In Juneteenth, freedom without opportunity is incomplete. People need access to education, access to health care, and they need others to know that their voices matter. I witnessed differences in access to care. Help not end the struggle for equality. It strengthened the commitment to it. I wanted future generations of nurses and healthcare professionals to see opportunities that perhaps previous generations of my career and the opportunity to mentor others. When I look back on my professional journey, I'm proud of the people I encouraged along the way. That's another lesson, to lead a path wider was to hold that door open for someone. The continuous response. It's called education serving. Terry's service as a call to lead, a call to lift others, a call to create opportunities where barriers once existed. But it's also been shaped by the legacy of Juneteenth, because Juneteenth reminds me that progress is possible. It reminds me that barriers can. It reminds me that one's generation sacrifices for another. As I reflect on, I do it so with gratitude for those who will continue to journey after me. And so, thank you for being here this afternoon, taking in all the knowledge that you have to reminisce in the future. Thank you.
Thank you, Barbara Perry, Chair Branch, City Council. Please enjoy a special performance by Toot Bell as Juneteenth flag is raised.
father's side. Oh, we have come over away with the tears have been watered. We have come treading the path through the blood of the martyrs. Oh, out from the gloomy past till now we stand at last with the white flame of our bright star is cast. God of our weary, God of the silent tears, thou who hast brought us thus far on the way, thou who hast by thy might led us into the light. Keep us forever in the path we pray. Oh, let the heart work with the wine of the world. Battle beneath. May we forever stand.
Thank you, Miss Bell. Look, you got a standing ovation. You did so awesome. Thank you. Is an opportunity for freedom to reflect our responsibility to build communities where every person is valued, respected, and given an opportunity to succeed. We invite you to stay and enjoy refreshments. I know there's some hot cookies over there. And connect and continue the celebration. And to conclude today's ceremony, please join me in welcoming back Toot Bell for a grand final performance. Thank you again for joining us.
Come on, put your hands together for this great. It's a lovely day. Come on, put lovely day, lovely day. Come on, lovely day, lovely day, lovely day. When I wake up in the morning, love, come on, y'all. And the sunlight hurts my eyes. The sound that's heavy on my mind. When I look at you, and the world's alright with me. Come on, y'all. I wanna look at you, and I know it's gonna be. Hey, a lovely day. love the day, love the day. It's a wonderful day, choo-choo day. Love the day, love the day, love the day. Come on. Come on, get it, Mayor McCann. Come on, get it. Y'all make some noise out here. Chilla Vista. When I look at you and the world's alright with me. Just one look at you, officer. I know it's gonna be. Hey, I love you, girl. A blessed day, two-tip day, blessed day, I love the day, I love the day, love the day, I love the day. God bless you. Thank y'all for coming out. Come on, put your hands together. Put your hands together for, put your hands together for this stuff. It's a lot. Thank y'all so much.
What's your favorite?
Hold on. Chocolate.
Is it all chocolate? This one?
How are you guys? Great event, like always. Show us knows how to throw a party. That's for sure.
You'll be here for a while, huh?
Dawn, I'm gonna go.
That's it. Thanks, Robert. Can't do it. They're filming. I'm just routing them out. I'm always hearing people on Tom show. So, well, the condition I can't even really get in control. You as well. Hey, you know I told there's no agreement. So I'm glad you did. You did great. You're gonna learn a lot. Way more than you did. Like I don't even think I would have put you. So how long you be here? In person. Is already kind of tell you what you're gonna work on? Today was all easy. Okay. Is there a reason you guys are here today? Is there something on the agenda that has your interest? That's it. Just wanted to make sure there was nothing. This party usually all right, you guys, we're gonna go ahead and cut the stream. And we're gonna restart here in 15 minutes with City Council. So stay tuned. Close the door though, right?
Yeah, I'll be right there.
All right. Here at Chula Vista City, and you know, we want to thank everybody for coming today, and always so reach out. Have a good day.
Ready? Begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Well, thank you very much. We don't have any special orders tonight, so we're going to continue to go on to the consent calendar. We have items 4.1 through 4.10. Do we have anybody who would like to pull an item on those consent calendar? Okay. The consent calendar, I do have a conflict, so I will be abstaining from 4.6 Resolution B. With that, do I have a motion for the consent calendar?
So moved.
Do I have a second? Second. Madam Clerk, do we have any speakers for the consent calendar?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, we do have a couple of speakers for the consent calendar. For this evening's city council meeting, we will be testing our remote public comment platform with a few staff members who will call in. So we will start with the in-person public speakers, and then we'll call those staff people who are participating by phone to help us make sure the system is up and running for when we fully launch for the July meeting.
Thank you.
Our first speaker in person is John Acosta.
Four point four. 4.4. One of the things that the police department is going to be training on is domestic violence. And one of the things I'm really concerned, and some of you have violated the oath of office, the oath. You know, in my opinion, you have violated, so therefore, you know, there should be consequences. And, you know, when it says domestic enemy, it could be one of you. And when you see, and that's why it says, when you see something, say something. And I'm really concerned that you guys to avoid or ignore, or ignore the behavior of a certain person that was elected to represent the community, but instead goes around bullying people, insulting people, and naming people. And when I have a picture of you know who I'm talking about. I'm talking about Michael Insunza. There's a picture of him outside training a senior person, and that, in my opinion, is violence. And when you say domestic violence, that includes everything. Not necessarily behind closed doors. I'm not sure how he acted when you guys didn't play the game of approving the Filipino American Park. But for what I understand, he went psych on you guys. And you guys decided to ignore it. And one of the things that, you know, for what I understand, Michael Insunza goes around criticizing that I never mentioned the mayor. And when I say you all, that includes the mayor, in ignoring Insunza's behavior.
Mr. Costa, you're getting a little off track. Can you please relate your comments to the consent
I'm talking about
agenda?
domestic violence. Domestic violence, you know, domestic enemies. So, you know, it could be anything. So if you ignore the problem on Insunza, then you are the problem.
Our next speaker is Robert Johnson.
City Council, the dais, the people. Thanks for having me, right? This is a meeting we can have. All right. 4.4. It's a Cal OES, the law enforcement, for the law enforcement specialized units program. Now with this, it's grant approval, right? But I don't see the grant application. I don't see the grant letter. I don't know if it's written by San Diego or South Bay Community Services, better known as San Diego Community Services. The Chula Vista Police Department's involved with it. They're only getting $6,000 out of it. So where I wanted to know was whether we're wasting resources to do the grant writing for South Bay Community Services, or whether South Bay Community Services is helping us and writing it. But the way that you guys display information, there's no way for the public to know who it is. You're not giving us the paperwork. You're saying, here's a staff report. You should trust us, bro. Trust us. We did the grant writing. We have an application. We have money coming in, but you won't show us any of the documents, right? It's just a staff report and a resolution. I mean, these are the levels of transparency that you could be assisting us with, right? Whether you're going to show us the paperwork so we can all move on with it together, or if you guys are going to continue to hold back information from which, you know, in my perspective, I'm trying to look at it from our perspective, right? You guys can sit up there, go to staff, get your documents. Most of us have to go to work, do our jobs, and then still watch you guys, right? So I'm just kind of in the I can just time because I work now. Where is the transparency? I'm happy to see that the minutes are being passed after a reasonable amount of time instead of letting it go months, right? So we're doing June 3rd meetings, the minutes, okay? And so I think there's levels of transparency that you guys need to be more forthcoming through these. You know, you're just going to pass it in one action. You're not even going to do, you could pull the item for us and have staff do a presentation, but you're not going to do that. You know, you guys are just paper pushers at this point. You have to represent us. I'm bringing you an issue. I'm telling you there's no paperwork. Please look into it. And you don't even request to get pulled.
Madam Clerk, the next speaker.
Our next speaker is Kelvin Barrios. It looks like might have been a mistake. So I'll go ahead and call the next. We will move on to speakers and speaker calendars.
Hi, I'm calling to speak on item 4.1. This is a test of the remote comment system.
Test received.
That concludes our speakers on public for the consent calendar.
Thank you very much. I want to make an announcement also. This is a housing authority announcement. Each council member and I will receive $50 for our attendance in this housing authority meeting being held simultaneously with the city council. I will now go ahead and ask the clerk that we do have a motion and a second, and to please read the heading.
Item 4.1 is approval of the minutes dated June 2nd, 2026. Item 4.2 is approval of a motion to read only the title and waive the reading of the text of all resolutions and ordinances at this meeting. Item 4, approving a consultant services agreement with Otay Water District for water consumption, accepting grant funds from the California Governor's Office of Emergency Services for the Law Enforcement Specialized Units Program and appropriating funds therefore. 4/5 vote required. Item resolution of the City Council of the City of Chula Vista approving an agreement for exclusive emergency ambulance transport services between the city and City of Imperial Beach and Bonita Sunnyside Fire Protection District. Item 4.6A is resolution of the City Council of the City of Chula Vista. 1, approving the fiscal year 2026-27 U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development the Home Investment Partnership Program. 2, authorizing the city manager to execute subrecipient agreements and all HUD documents related to the grants. and 3, appropriating. Item 4.6B is resolution of the Department of Housing and Urban Development spending plan for the Emergency Solutions Grant. 2, authorizing the city manager to execute subrecipient agreements and all HUD documents related to the grant, reading funds therefore, 4/5 vote required. Item A is resolution of the City Council accepting grant funds from the Chuck and Ernestina Kreutz Camp Foundation through June 30, 2027, and authorizing the city manager to accept grant funding and execute grant documents. Item 4.7B is resolution of the City Council of the City of Chula Vista accepting grant funds from the National Recreation and Park Association 2027 and authorizing the city manager to and execute grant documents. Item 4.7C is resolution of the City of Chula Vista accepting grant funds from the San Diego Seniors Community Foundation through June 30, 2020 and authorizing the city manager to accept grant funding and amendments. Item 4. Resolution of the City Council of the City of Chula Vista accepting grant funds from Kaiser Foundation Hospitals through June 30, 2027, and authorizing the city manager to accept grant funding and execute grant documents. Item 4.7E is resolution of the City Council of the City of Chula Vista accepting funds from Prevent Drowning Foundation of San Diego through June 30, 2027, and authorizing the city manager to accept grant funding and execute grant documents. Item 4.8 is resolution of the City Council of the City of Chula Vista approving an amendment to a service agreement between the city and Citizen Solution, Inc., doing business as public input, 4/5 vote required. Approving an agreement between the city and Nielsen Merksamer Parnello Gross and Leone LLP for state legislative advocacy. And item 4. Approving a first amendment to the legal services agreement between the City of Chula Vista and Snell and Wilmer. End of consent.
Carries unanimously. Now we will move on to public comment. Invite the public to provide input on civil debate issues. If you need Spanish translation services, please notify the city clerk. Si necesita servicios en español, favor de no a la secretaria. I ask that you direct to the city council, not to the members who may agree or disagree with you. Be respectful to our staff. They are a hardworking group of people, often engaged in challenging tasks, working to figure out how to provide high-quality city services with limited resources. They all deserve our respect. Madam Clerk, if you can please call the first speaker.
Our first speaker is Admiral C. I don't see Admiral C. Our in person is Alfredo Alvarez.
I'm not sure, do I just begin or?
Yeah,
Okay.
Go ahead and begin.
Thank you, City Councilor Mayor. Hello, everybody. My name is Alfredo Alvarez. I'm a lifelong resident of the city of Chula Vista. I'm a proud Chula Vistian, Chula Vistanite. I think we got to get that resolved on what are we, residents, Chula Vistians, Chula Vistonians? I don't know. That's for another debate, I think. But really, I just wanted to come in here and just share that I'm a proud citizen. I want to thank this council and the mayor for all the hard work you guys do. It's not easy stepping up to the plate and to be a leader. It's not. So I just want to thank you all for your service. And I was actually getting a permit here, the Park and Recs, and I had. So I was getting a permit for a space for an event that me and my team want to hold. And I just want to say that she gave me a lot of information and I'm pretty sure that without her information, if I just did this online by myself, I'm pretty sure that when the day of the event came, we would have ran afoul of some rules. And so I'm grateful to her for that. So just wanted to give a quick shout out to Parks and Recs, Kathy Covarubio. I also just real briefly wanted to share my support for our police chief, Roxanne Kennedy. So I met the captain, and I just kind of overheard talking about going on a mission to, I think she said Africa. And I don't think that was like something that she was like shared with a lot of people, but I remember just kind of overhearing her and listening to her at the time and just the way she carried herself. I was really impressed by her. And I thought, man, you know, like somebody like that should be the next police chief. And then unbeknownst to me, a few months later, she was, or a couple more years later, they had a forum about the drones, the homeless situation, and marijuana. And it was a really well held event. And I mean, I would just say, like I said, I'm a lifelong resident, and I just feel like in my own interactions with the police department, not all of them when I was younger, but I would say that I feel that the culture has improved under her watch. Honestly, I feel that the officers, they're very professional. So I know I got limited time here. So I would say that I've come to learn, because I was a protester when I was going to UCLA. There was a lot of protests going on, and I was out there in the streets demonstrating, you know, for justice. But who's going to stand up for our people, heroes? And Roxanne, and I've come to learn that department, they're above and beyond, a stellar group of people. Not only like situation when they need to, but on the other side of the coin, they're very professional, and like they are people, and I want to give kudos to Roxanne Kennedy for changing that culture. I believe that she has given an opportunity for there to be that culture of let's give respect and let's to the citizens, and let's have that open heart. And I'm telling you, when I say I was a protester, I know, but I was out there for real, like disrespectful at times, and I've come to learn we have the best police department. Our officers are the best, bar none. Thank you, and I'm sorry for going over my time. Thank you, everybody.
Our next speaker is John Acosta.
We could adjourn. Everything he said about the police. Thank you to the police department that keeps Chula Vista safe. Now changing. You know, the Flag Day was June 14. And would any of you would go and defend the flag, or would you run like a little punk? Anyway, just a question. You could answer or not answer. It's up to you. But anyway, I think this is a good time to remind you all about the event that was the Mater Dei School racist event with a black kid involving Ansunza, that caused him to get suspended, then put on leave, and then fired simply because of racist event that happened. If you go into the link, you could see the link and the story and the legal document online. So, you know, just a reminder, since it's June 19th, and I expect him to go over there and present himself and use this as a photo-op. Quite really disappointed that since he likes to post himself for photos, there's a picture of him, it's also online, posing with himself, posing himself with somebody giving an anti-Semitic hand symbol. Okay, it's online, so if you want to go check it out, check it out. Anyway, one of the things that's very important for you to, whenever you go out, remember you're supposed to go and respect the community. If you cannot do that without screaming at the people, and if you cannot do that looking for photo ops, if you cannot do that, then you don't belong in the community. You know, yes, you know, I don't know what you guys do, or if your idea is if I fool people by posting a picture of me helping somebody, that's not helping anybody. You know, yes, you need to come down, go and talk to the people with the photo ops. Don't use anything that you do in the community as a photo op. If you really care for the community, leave the camera at home. Leave the camera at home, leave your cronies at home, and go by yourself, talk to people and see what they need. Listen to them. Don't scream at them. Don't holler at them. Don't do any aggressive gestures to them. It has happened. It has happened to seniors, citizens. Like I say, it's older abuse. And if you all decide to ignore insulting behavior, something's wrong with you all.
Our next speaker is David Martinez, followed by Gabriel Enoncinci, followed by Robert Johnson.
Good evening, Mayor, City Council members, City Manager, City Attorney, and City Clerk. My name is David Martinez, and I have the honor and pleasure of being the president of the Chula Vista Police Officers Association. I represent the hardest working cops in the state of California, and no one speaks for our cops except myself. I came to speak today reference the support we received from city management and our city council. We recently had a transition to new firearms for all of our officers. City Manager Tiffany Allen ensured that we were able to add optics and lights to each of those firearms to ensure our officers and citizens that we protect are safer. We have been searching for a solution for several years now for evidence vehicle storage. Thanks to the support of our city manager and our city council, funding has been approved for a warehouse that will store all of our evidence vehicles. This will free up much needed parking spaces at the police departments do not have to park outside of our building. We currently have these for officers. Our city council and city management has ensured that we have competitive pay and benefits to ensure that we are able to attract more officers and keep the officers that we currently have. So for that, we thank you. Working for the city of Chula Vista as a police officer is different because of the fact that we have a supportive city manager and we have a supportive city council and supportive citizens. Most neighboring agencies cannot say the same, so thank you again for that support. The Chula Vista Police Department train stops for no one. We are a 24/7 operation. We have a city to protect and citizens to serve. Our officers provide the same level of great service to our citizens no matter who the chief is. That being said, I wanted to mention some of the great things that have happened at the police department since Chief Peak has taken over. As I mentioned, we just transitioned to new service weapons. Chief Peak has authorized open range days for our officers so they can practice shooting our new firearm and become proficient with that new firearm. As I also mentioned, we currently have 31 officer vacancies. To address this issue, Chief Peak added an additional background investigator to help backgrounds for new hires to get them processed more quickly. Chief Peak has also ramped up our recruiting efforts and has authorized our recruiting team to go out of the county and out of state for recruiting events. In an effort to ensure our recruits are successful at the police academy, Chief Peak has authorized a workout program for our new hires. While they are going through the hiring process, this will ensure that they are prepared for the police academy and they know what to expect at the academy so they're successful. Chief Peak has also authorized legacy positions that would allow for detectives to stay a detective as long as they like, as long as they're performing their duties. This will hopefully help us keep our veteran detectives from leaving for the DA's office. Almost done. Over the next 2 years, we have over 20 leaders in the organization that will be retiring. In preparation, Chief Peak has implemented a succession plan where leaders in various new role promotion and prepare our organization for the future. To help with officer wellness, Chief Peak has authorized a new wellness policy to ensure our officers are physically and mentally prepared for the stress and demands of our profession. The POA has been trying to get most of these implemented for several years. Actions speak louder than words. And as you just heard, Chief Peak is a chief of action. Under Chief Peak's leadership, the future of the police department is bright and we will be reaching peak performance soon. Thank you for your time this evening and for your unwavering support of the Chula Vista police officers. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Gabriel Enoncinci, followed by Robert Johnson, followed by Andrea Cavazos.
Good evening, Mayor and Council members. My name is Gabriel Inocenzi. I serve as a Principal Public Affairs for Sweetwater Authority. I'm just here tonight to give you brief updates from Sweetwater Authority. On June 10th, Sweetwater Authority hosted our first Customer Appreciation Day to celebrate 1,000 customers assisted through our water affordability program. Our program, the only of its kind among water agents in San Diego, aims to assist customers who are facing financial hardship in paying their water bill. With such program, qualifying customers receive a bi-monthly credit of $30, and then seniors age 65 and over receive $40 every 2 months. I would also like to share that Sweetwater Authority officially has the lower rates in the San Diego County. This has been made possible by our governing board, strategic investments, and financial prudence. Last week, our governing board approved the fiscal year 2026-27 budget with no rate increases to our customers. Lastly, I would like to also invite you and your constituents house at the plant that would be on August 22 of 2026. Once again, once we have a flyer with details, we'll share the information on our social media, on our webpage, and hopefully you can share that with your constituents as well. We look forward continuing to work with you and provide updates when needed. Again, thank you for your time and everything you do for the residents of Chula Vista.
Our next speaker is Robert Johnson, followed by Andrea Cavazos, followed by Kelvin Barrios.
It's interesting. So let's start with the city audit. There's been pretty much every meeting canceled this month. You know, I try to cover them, but when they're canceled, what do? I just stay at home, right? And I just want to raise that to your awareness, right? In case you didn't know that all the meetings have been canceled. So I'm sure Jenny is going to appreciate that one. Let's start with my other audits, right? So we did San Diego Community Power last month, shut it down. You guys couldn't do nothing, couldn't move forward because you changed the meeting location. You know, it says on the paperwork that you would be here according to what I could read from it. You know, I still advise everybody to be very cautious of paperwork like that, especially if you're going to represent us. I don't know how you're not picking it up and I'm picking it up. So we'll go into the next one, which was on June 11th with San Diego Community Power. And it was an alternate location held in La Jolla, and there was no public notice on location again. And they've been holding that meeting, from my research, as an alternate location there since 2023. And there seems to be an abuse of that telecom on at the San Diego Community Power. I hope you bring it up with them that I think there's abuse. You know, I'm trying to feed you good information. I mean, did you not believe me when I shut the meeting down? Or like, you know, like, I'm not trying to come here and say it's me, it's you guys, you know? So that's San Diego Community Power. Then we go into JPA wastewater, which, you know, it's interesting, that'll come up later, but it's, and this is the best case to the ratepayers for wastewater and for San Diego Community Power. It's very verbal and public, especially when I do these things. But the wastewater, they require signatures to go into the meeting, which is illegal. You can't do that. And Jose Preciado was there. We tried to work with the board in the city of San Diego. We're working with the attorneys to make sure that isn't a further requirement for the right of the public to have access to that meeting. You know, I mean, like I said, I think we all agree upon these things. I'm not doing anything that I don't think you shouldn't have done for us. You know, it's just, unfortunately, I'm picking up on the paperwork and you guys aren't. You guys are looking at the paperwork and just allowing this to happen, or you show up to the meeting, you sign your life away and expect us to do the same. I didn't have to sign to come into this meeting today. You know, I signed up for public comment, you know, and I can appreciate that. You have to put a name to be called upon. But, you know, the audits are not going to stop. We caught San Diego City doing a meeting, right? And then they said, here's the presentation, okay? And you're gonna give me a couple more seconds to finish this. Here's the presentation. And then they said, oh, let's go to public comment. And then the presentation made from a staff member on the dais was made during public comment. And so we don't want to see those improprieties that are happening at San Diego come to Chula Vista. So thank you for my time.
Our next speaker is Andrea Cavazos and Kelvin Barrios.
Hello. Hi, my name is Andrea Cavazos. I'm a Chula Vista native, a former participant at Parkway Community Center for Parks and Rec youth basketball. I'm a product of the Parks and Rec department of our city. I think our city is amazing. I think you guys do amazing things. I'm also a former paraprofessional for the Chula Vista Elementary School District in special education. I've connected with a lot of families during my time working there, and they've asked me for resources regarding Parks and Rec and inclusion-based services for children with disabilities. Currently, if you look on the registration site for the Parks and Rec Department, you would see that unfortunately there aren't any programs geared towards children's therapeutics. Also, if you check human resources, you could see that unfortunately we do not have any therapeutic positions. I also work for the city of San Diego in therapeutic recreation, and I feel that the city is amazing. I feel like we can make things happen and connecting and just working. I feel that it's really important for children and also children with disabilities to get that social engagement and that time to themselves. Some parents have told me that they've signed services, and unfortunately the parents would have to be the child's aide, and they really just want their children to be able to socialize with their peers. I think the city staff is amazing. I feel like there just hasn't been a lot of light shown in this area. And if we can just connect and find resources or maybe partner with the Special Olympics of San Diego. I know the YMCA of San Diego County has done that, and they currently offer inclusion camps for summer. And I feel like our city's big enough. We have the numbers for it. I just think it needs a little bit more like tender love and care. So if there's anything I can do to help, I also have parents that are willing to work with the community. And yeah, I would just like to see that grow if possible. So thank you for all that you do. And thank you to Parks and Rec. And I appreciate your time. Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Kelvin Barrios. Kelvin Barrios is the final speaker under the first period. The remaining in-person and phone speakers will be called during this.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. My name is Kelvin Barrios, and I serve as the Director of Government Affairs for Labor's Local 89, representing nearly 5,000 throughout San Diego County. I'm here this evening on behalf of my business manager, Valentin Macedo, over the Labor's Local 89 with Chula Vista firefighters, the Chula Vista Police Officers Association on a reform package that has been circulated to each of you via email earlier today. Tonight to express our support for these reforms and to that the council schedule a public hearing to consider those proposed amendments. These reforms will increase transparency through lobbying disclosure requirements and the creation of an independent ethics commission with investigative and subpoena powers. They would strengthen accountability through greater public disclosures of contracts and a more transparent process for setting compensation for elected officials. They would also create additional opportunities for public engagement through standing council committees focused on budget oversight, government accountability, economic development, and infrastructure. Most importantly, a public hearing will provide an opportunity for these proposals to be fully vetted in an open and transparent form and allow the council and the public to consider whether these amendments should ultimately be placed before the voters. I respectfully urge the council to schedule a public hearing on the proposed charter amendments. Thank you.
And that concludes the speakers under the first public comment period.
Thank you. Are there any more speakers that will come up in the second public comment period?
Yes, there is one additional in-person speaker, and then we have several test speakers on the phone.
Okay, great. What we'll do is we will now move to our public hearings. And the first public hearing is item 6.1 for sewer service.
Good evening, Honorary Director of Finance. With me is Jimmy Vasquez, and we're here to present item 6.1, assessment and placement on the property tax. Jimmy will be covering the balance that will be available, both be available to answer.
Honorable Mayor and City Council. The city's wastewater infrastructure serves over 50,000 resident business, of which 15,000 are directly billed by the Finance Department for parcels that receive their water utility from the Sweetwater Authority. Sewer service revenues provide funding for the operation and maintenance of sewer collection and conveyance facilities, capital projects, program administration, and Diego Metro wastewater treatment and disposal services. Current fee rates can be found in Chapter 12 of the city's master fee schedule. Staff mail notices to account holders and property owners following a timeline of touch points leading up to the public hearing. These notices contain delinquent account information and lien process details. Validation of parcel and account data is conducted by third-party service. And throughout our collection efforts, staff offer help, such as payment plan arrangements and information, and helping apply for the service charge program. If approved by council, a lien is recorded on a parcel for an account that has remained over 90 days delinquent. Property liens and placement of the debt on county property tax rolls help ensure responsible parties meet their payment obligations and result in a reduction of uncollectible losses to the city. Customer inquiries related to the public hearing are prioritized. Staff are available to assist customers in person, by phone, or email. Our translated notices inform account holders about late fees and the lien process. Staff can place accounts on vacation mode for when wastewater services are not in use and can assist account holders in signing up for online payments and auto pay. Staff inform customers about the city's reduced sewer service charge program, which currently is providing $153,000 in sewer bill credits to over 924 customers citywide. Staff work with customers to resolve delinquencies up to the date we record the lien. Our focus is to provide good customer service and resolving these delinquencies. Finance staff are present during this council meeting to assist customers. For the public hearing, staff submitted a lien list to City Council containing 228 delinquent sewer accounts valued at $162,000. Staff recommends City Council adopt the resolution assessing delinquent charges as recorded liens on their respective parcels and placement of those charges in the regular property tax bill.
Thank you very much. I will now go ahead and open the public hearing. Madam Clerk, are there any speakers from the public?
Yes, we have two speakers. Our first in-person speaker is John Acosta.
Thank you.
Once again, I have told you guys to work something that will work for the military that goes on deployment. I myself had to rent my house for 3 years, and then another time I had to rent my house for 2 years. During the times I didn't have no control of who was paying the bills, the water, the sewage, the trash, and everything else. We're having a problems when we are serving the military than worrying about sewage, or we're worrying about drainage, or working something else. That's why you need to come out with something. You say good customer service. You're not providing good customer service for people defending the country. So therefore, you need to come out with something that will assist the military out in deployment. When you say it goes delinquent, and your lien put on the property, when the service person is not even here and out serving, that's unethical from you guys. And you don't say that you understand the problem because you don't. Don't call yourself a military person because you're not. Don't call yourself a military family member because you're not. Don't be like Insunza, okay? So therefore, you need to come up with something that help the military, especially right now. Especially right now, there's people are gone, and sometimes they have to leave, and they don't have time to leave somebody in charge. Like I said, I left my house for 3 years, and I left my house for 2 years. And during that time, I was hoping, praying, bills. I had enough problems to take care over there. Taking care of something, and when we come back, when they come back and find out there's no home for you, you guys need to do something about the military. I can't understand anybody lives here if they're dealing with what that's by the military. That's what I'm concerned about. The military. You need to come out with military, especially with the deployment. So you need to come up with an idea, a system or something that will help the military. Those are military that defending the freedom that you are celebrating your carne asada on the 4th of July. They might be out defending the country, but you don't care about that, do you? So you need to come up with something. You, Mayor, you know you're in the military. You know more than anybody else. The military has to know, and we don't know if they are coming back. All need to get together and come up with something for the military that works for the military. And those that you're in the military member, family member, because you're not in Sunsa.
That's right. Woo-hoo. That's right. Woo-hoo.
Our next
Speaker, please.
Is Robert Johnson.
I don't want to have to do this, but point of order, I only put my first name if I could have the frame from dead naming me and use what's been written on the. Doesn't say my last name, and yet every time my last name is being dead named. So how does she know my last name if it's not written on the paperwork?
We will use just Robert from the future.
Just what's written, right? That's all that should be required. I've come to the dais before letting the residents know that this is the only time that they get to do worse stuff. And it's unfortunate because every time we come to discuss only this, we don't discuss the other sewer related things, right? And, all the things that have to go with the sewage, okay? Whether it's going to be your guys's work for J Street Park, which has that wastewater drainage ditch that's taking forever to get finished, whatever the systems that are involved with sewage, wastewater, or however you guys want it. Other cities have boards where you can go communicate these things during that time. If it's during public works meetings, why is none of that then coming here to be discussed? It's only aspect of it, right? Well, we have the rains coming up, and we're not hearing about the infrastructure and whatever it may be. Are there current upgrades to the sewage infrastructure going to be coming? No, we just talk about the liens on the property every single time. So you're going to have to forgive me if it's at this point when I hear this item come up, because it just keeps coming up every 6 months, and then there's no other thing else. We can't voice our concerns about the sewage. We can't, nothing. So, in my mind, just as you have the power to create boards, you have the power to also create more boards and more ways for the community. If it's as simple as having a board for the sewage so people could come in and have a way to rebut the claim, I'm sure there is already in that sense, but you can see how other boards do that type of thing for like Parks and Rec, the library, whatever it may be. But yeah, it's redundant at this point. Like I get tired about hearing about like how you guys want money, right? Like tax lien, but then there's no back and forth update. There's no like talk about anything else. So, I can appreciate the financial department for doing their work. I just think that if we're going to talk about this, maybe another item should come up where it's talking about the actual way we can engage with that department.
We have one remote speaker. Mediela.
Thank you.
A test 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Thank you. Test received. Okay, I'm going to go ahead and close the public hearing. And just if anybody's come on early, we are doing a test on our remote system that we're required to have in place in July. So we're going to have several online speakers come in and talk about their testing the system. So that's why you're hearing.
Mr. Mayor, I move approval of 6.1 as presented.
I will go ahead and I do want to just talk to staff because I know we do accommodations for military and
Yes, Mr. Mayor, we do accommodate all those requests and work with the vacation mode, anticipated vacancies, definitely.
okay, thank you very much. We have a motion and a second. Madam Clerk, if you could please read the heading.
Item 6.1 is resolution of the City Council of the City of Chula Vista assessing certain delinquent sewer service charges as recorded liens upon the respective parcels of land and placement of treasurer tax collector.
Please vote. Unanimously. We will now move on to 6.2, waste services.
Good evening, Finance. With me is Jimmy Vasquez, Revenue Manager, and we're here to present item 6.2. This is of delinquent solid waste charges as a lien on the affected parcel and placement on a property tax bill.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor and City Council. Jimmy Vasquez, Revenue Manager, Finance Department. City residences and places of business benefit from the collection of 8.24. This code section is the guiding authority for the administration. Through our friend, the city's authorized collector of solid waste is Republic Services. Additional information about our solid waste website. City and Republic Services staff work together to resolve delinquencies and provide customers with account information, payment alternatives, and to explain the lien process. Data is shared with customers. There are and informative customer experience. Staff rely on a process timeline to track and memorialize key dates, noticing milestones leading up to the public hearing and beyond, if left on the county property tax roll. Accounts eligible for lien have been delinquent no less than 90 days. If left unsettled, they may be placed on the county property tax roll for collection by the Treasurer Tax Collector's Office. And this process helps ensure 408 accounts valued at $108,000 to City Council. This council meeting to assist customers with information. Staff recommends to Council to adopt the resolution assessing delinquent charges as recorded liens on their respective parcels and placement of those charges on the next regular.
Thank you very much. I'm going to go ahead and open the public hearing.
The first speaker on this item is Robert.
Thank you. I appreciate that. as just a understanding, is this Chula Vista staff giving the presentation for Republic Services? Is there someone from Republic Services that's giving this presentation?
So again, what I'll just do is clarify that this is city staff, but we do have representatives would like to talk to specifically Republic Services. They can talk to one of their agents that is here tonight.
Okay. And I appreciate that clarification, but I still would like to hear from Republic Services position, right? If we're going to say that they're the ones, it's just like the other items, okay? You know, if we're going to include other organizations to do them how to do their job, or are we being a partner with the way that it's supposed to be in business and having business? So as far as directing Republic Services how to do this, and I don't different than that. So that's my concern right now, is when I don't hear from the source agency that to do these things, I'm then hearing that staff is directing the source agency what to do. I know nobody has answers to this. They're questions, right? Like I thought it's a good question, you know, personally. Whether staff can answer that, I understand I'm not supposed to engage, but these are the types of things that when stuff, and then I'm looking and I'm wondering why the person that's actually doing the work isn't here giving presentation. It's only fair to let, you know, if you're going to talk about me, right? Yeah, how much of their revenue is this affecting? How much are they losing out on? I don't think these are things that were considered. It's just our position on what we're saying they're needing. Maybe not. Like I said, I want, just like other items tonight, City Manager, I want multiple things for us, and then for us to feel like we're making the decisions in our city, not just the directions of staff. And so I hope that's not stepping on anyone's toes, but I'm trying to look at it from both sides, right? If we're going to speak for Republic, okay, well then why would there mention about their position? It looked like all of them. I mean, like I said, transparency thing that I hope next 3 years of us continuing to come up with better ways to display this, and even have to question it, we can just, you know, let them speak. You know, hopefully it's not during the public comment time. Yeah, you got the joke on that one.
We will now move on to our remote speakers. Our first speaker.
Hi, I'm calling to speak on item 6.2. This is a test of the remote comment system.
Thank you. Test received.
And my apologies, Mayor. We forgot that John Acosta did sign up for this item.
Okay.
Person.
Please call Mr. Acosta.
John Acosta.
Yes, a simple question, since you're talking about the public. Have you spoke to each other about another strike coming up in December? If you're not, I think you should. Thank you.
We have one remaining speaker remotely. Allison.
Testing 1, 2, 3, 4. Testing.
Allison, we received your test.
That concludes our speakers.
Thank you very much. I'm going to go ahead and public hearing. Staff, just so people understand, we obviously have a public services that are solid waste, and sort of if you could just give a brief overview on how that works. Obviously, they need to be able to collect revenue for their services, and then it comes to us because they don't have that authority to be able to enforce being able to receive those services if they aren't paid.
That's correct, Mr. Mayor. There is well, for one, per the Muni Code, it's a mandatory service, right? We have a franchisee holder that is responsible for the collection of these services and those services. And through our municipal code, there is a lien process that outlines that when these services become delinquent after a certain amount of days, it's the responsibility of the city to do the lien process in order to ensure payment is received.
Okay, thank you very much. I will now go ahead and recognize the member from District 2.
Mr. Mayor, one of the opportunities we have today, and I'm going to see if council can comment. I think there's a missed opportunity if we don't correct the record, and council can confirm that this item was properly and all of the supporting materials necessary to be able to act on the agenda item are included. I appreciate members of the public may have a broader view of what they'd like to see, but I'm trying to understand how we can convey to the public that the staff memo and the resolution, even though we've heard this item at least 5 or 6, that it meets the sufficiency for us to have a discussion on this item. For my part, I want to comment that I decision after I consult with the city manager in presenting the item, I thought to make a decision. I'd like to hear a formal comment on the idea that there is, so I don't want to, if people use the word transparency, which that implies transparency, I prefer that we clarify the record and that we acknowledge both our staff and our partners in the sufficiency of this particular item.
Yes, if I could have the city attorney go ahead and verify that everything was noticed on time and all the appropriate documents were noticed appropriately.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, my office worked with staff on reviewing the materials that have been provided on the agenda today. They have been reviewed for legal sufficiency and as to form, and we believe that all the documents that are have been provided and are attached to the agenda for this item are sufficient for the council to make an informed decision.
Thank you very much. With that, do we have a motion for item 6.2?
I move approval of the item as presented, and if I get a second, I'd like to speak one more time, please.
We have a motion and a second. Go ahead to make your comment.
So I'd also be interested in hearing from staff if there is something that supports veterans as they exercise their duty and serve when they're not present, that this kind of accommodation is made if they make arrangements beforehand. I just think we also need to confirm the record. And then secondly, I'd like to comment on my participation in these kinds of enterprise activities over time. There are opportunities to participate in the setting of the fees, that does many things, including the sustaining the infrastructure that maintains either a contracted service or, in our case, other services such as our work with the sewer system. And so it may be that in the very near future, we have to have a discussion with the public about how these structures are set up, how these structures are legally sufficient once they're set up through our charter authorizing process. And lastly, how we have the opportunity as a council in cycles to look at fee structures and other items as appropriate. So my question to the staff was to the confirmation about supporting veterans and other professionals who may be away, sort of accommodation for their absence.
Councilmember, good afternoon. Manuel Medrano, Environmental Services Manager. There is an exemption process that residents could fill if they are going to be away from their homes. It's up to 180 days that could be submitted and honored for that period. If it needs to be renewed, it could be renewed depending on the issue. Residents, including veterans, military personnel, could submit for that and get that process to avoid having to do the payments when they're not home.
I appreciate that response. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I appreciate the opportunity to make comments on the item.
Thank you. Madam Clerk, if you can please read the heading.
Item 6.2 is resolution of the City Council of the City of Chula Vista assessing certain delinquent solid waste service charges as recorded liens upon the respective parcels of land and placement of delinquent charges on the next regular property tax bill for collection by the county treasurer tax collector.
Please vote. Item 6.2 passes unanimously. Now we will, next items are action items. Because I think the next action item is going to be a little long, what I'm going to do is just make sure that everybody can go ahead and take a quick restroom break or stretch. So I will take a 7-minute break. So by that clock, we will restart the meeting at 6:10. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Okay. See? You see how we brought this? One person was in the car. Monday morning. You start signing up on Monday morning. I'll show you. Come see me Monday morning. I'll show you. Yeah. So I'll be here tomorrow. You'll be here tomorrow? Yeah. Come see me. I'll show you. Thank you. Which item? Take me off, okay? Nope. Take me off. Okay, I got it. I know. Yeah. They dropped off? Okay. Yeah, I can tell when they drop off, so I would. Okay. Yeah. It's the in-person, like when we enter them ourselves, they're not going on there. Some of them are going and some of them aren't. So I can't even see all of our speakers, so I'm relying on our movement and our. And the gal that was on the, all of a sudden I got this message that said, you're a free Zoom call, and she's coming here. Oh,
I'm just curious, what is it? Do you actually, is it like a Zoom?
No. So you can't see it because I have that screen blacked out, but that on it, it's Teams. But this you can, this, if I push this play button, that lets them in there. Yeah. Except for it's not working right. Really? Yeah. Okay, so I think I need
grade, which is a special needs school.
5 homes or have dealt with base box. I believe there is better limits like this. Thank you.
Pastor Joel, followed by Rebecca Luis Gallegos.
Buenas tardes. Good afternoon. Honorable Mayor and City Council, my name is Joel, and I'm the clergy member of the United Methodist Church appointed to serve Park Hill United Methodist Church by my bishop. And the only thing that I want to say is that we are praying for the neighbors. We are praying for whatever is happening because we listened. We want to listen. That's why we host a neighborhood gathering. So I'm going to finish with a word of prayer, if I may, just to read this prayer that says, God, as we gather today to conduct the business of the city, clear the minds of all distractions, give wisdom to the ones who make decisions, and fill us with love. In your holy name we pray. Amen and amen.
The next speaker is Rebecca Luis, followed by Maribel Gallegos, followed by Robert.
Hi, good evening, Mayor and Council members. Again, I'm Rebecca Luis. I'm the CEO of Lakeland Housing. Thank you for the opportunity to be here tonight. I'm here to answer questions, really, but I also did just want to specifically take a moment and thank Councilmember Nzunza for suggesting the community meeting and the rest of you for supporting the approach and giving us this time to get out there again and talk to the neighbors. And I'd really like to also take the time to thank the neighbors for turning out to the meeting. We had a pretty good turnout, and I know they also took the time to talk to the church. I know these conversations are really hard. They're extremely not easy, battling so many different needs and desires, and it's tough. So taking time out of your schedule as is some project, really anyone who turns out, I think, is admirable. As expected, it was a really difficult community meeting. It was also very productive for us with some really thoughtful feedback from the neighbors, both during the meeting and in the conversations that were had with them afterwards. And we believe we have a better understanding of the concerns that matter the most to the neighborhood, and we have a lot of ideas around solving them. Process. We have the opportunity to take their feedback. We've already begun working with our team to explore additional ways to address related to privacy, buffering, parking, and site design. And we're super committed to community neighbors as the project moves forward. Our goal remains to create these much needed affordable homes and help Park Hill Methodist Church advance their mission, while also being want to agree on the project, but we do want people to know that we really heard them. We spent a long time talking about it. We've had a lot of ways to address them, whatever happens here. Thank you.
Good afternoon. I just want to thank you guys for listening to our concerns of affordable housing. I think it's a great thing, and I think it's a great thing to do for Chula Vista, but I for this project. I live at 605 East Naples. Rooms, bathrooms, I'm sorry, and bedrooms that are facing the baseball park. Now, if they put a 3-story building there, what's going to happen to my privacy? I feel like I feel like it's being, I can't think of the word, but sound what I mean. I just don't think location for this affordable housing. The concern that I have is that one of the questions last week when we met with Wakeland, we asked why not a smaller project? Why 60? And their answer was the cut there. So my question is, help the community housing, or is it the money? It's very simple. Other thing, there's no public transportation, and I know a lot of these people use public transportation. I believe the closest transportation is down Another concern is the parking situation. We have a school right across that gets really 8 o'clock in the morning. And imagine putting another families there. How bad is it going to get there? The other thing, we hear hospital, that's the route that they take to take people to the hospital in an emergency basis. How are they going to get there? Because everything's going to be so congested. So I'm asking, please, as a taxpayer and as a voter, to not support this project. Thank you.
The final speaker on this item is Robert. If you have not heard your name and you wanted to speak, please come visit us up here.
You heard the people. For one, I don't think this should be passed because I think you guys are manipulating the way that it's actually written compared to what you guys are displaying to the public right now. And that's very intentional. It's written completely different on this paperwork, okay? And so the part that's left out of that is the part where staff benefit, what is it, $25,000? Or yeah, $25,000. In self-interest, you're changing everything, right? That's a
Excuse me, Robert, please direct. Thank you.
They did it. He didn't do it. They wrote it. So, right? And B includes the fact that it's $25,000. Then you have C and D, which includes the fact that staff gets $25,000. I said, I think it's written improperly. The point of this hearing is so the public can have enough information, you can have enough information. I mean, look at the other property, right? That's the trolley station. And they want to put 100 units with 100 parking spots, or just about, right? And that could change. It's all subject to change. And then you are going to put all our money into it. We could say it's money we paid in, or we're getting a debt that's going to have to then be repaid no matter what, right? No one's got to pay debt. So when we contract with the guys, pay these people and screw the rest of us, right? Like, you don't want to help my project. You want to put restrictions on all of our projects, but then they get to do whatever they want, right? Newsom says, he's like, I took away all your power. They don't need you anymore. They don't need environmental, those things. As a matter of fact, they don't even need your permission, right? He just like, you're not even going to call him the dictator. No, because you're playing partisan politics. You're one-sided. You can't even call out your own side. It's a hilarious part, right? You thought you were all big and bad, and turns out the people got more power than you, especially with the people with the property that are just going to do what Newsom says. And so they can just get whatever they want. They don't got to pay taxes. I mean, we haven't even talked to the church about the fact that they're tax exempt, and then they're going to provide affordable housing, which means then they're going to generate income, hence it's not enough unless we have back, right? I mean, let's be reasonable. Would you say 6 homes should be on the, and then 12 families, or, if it's double split, whatever. I mean, I lived in Eastlake, and a lot of that stuff is triple pack. Still trying to do more than out there.
We do have one additional on this item, Eric Rind.
Good evening, council members. My name is Eric Rind. I'm 28 years old and I've lived in Chula Vista my entire life. I'm also a homeowner who lives less than a mile from the proposed Park Hill UMC project, and I'm here today to ask for your support of resolutions A and B. This project is deeply personal to me because it is directly across from Greg Rogers Elementary, the school I attended as a child, and the school where my late mother Alice Rind taught. For 34 years, my mother lived and worked in Chula Vista as the district's only teacher for the blind and visually impaired students. I spent many summers volunteering in her classroom where I saw firsthand her patience, warmth, and ability to understand what each student needed to grow in confidence and independence. Today, my sister continues that legacy as an elementary school teacher here in Chula Vista. Watching my mother and sister dedicate their lives to the city's children has shaped how I think about community. Children need caring teachers and strong schools, but they also need stable homes where their families can afford in communities where they learn to grow. That is why Park Hill UMC project matters to me. It would create a flea across from an elementary school and neighborhood park, giving families the opportunity to remain in Chula Vista, walk their children to school, and build a stable future here. As someone who was raised here, lives nearby, and now owns a home here, I believe this project reflects the kind of city Chula Vista should continue to be. Supports local residents who are struggling and welcomes families who need stable and affordable housing the most. Thank you for your time. I respectfully ask that you vote yes on resolutions A and B.
And that concludes the speakers on this item.
Thank you very much. First, I want to thank all the speakers for speaking on this item. This is a item that, again, I have been very fortunate in my time growing up not too far from Greg, actually having a couple times actually practiced at the ball field there at the church. So I'm incredibly familiar with the area. And normally before SB, you would have to go to a planning commission, design review. You would have discretionary approval over it, have to actually go through the CQ, and you would have the ability to have a neighborhood appeal process. But SB4, Sacramento, has taken away all our local from that. Sacramento making decisions for my residents. My residents should have a voice. SB4, again, this project will not go in front of the Planning Commission, will not have a design review, not have any discretionary approval, will not have any CEQA review, and will not have a neighborhood. When you look at this, I believe there is an opportunity to be able to funds that we have and put it into a project. We have several projects that did compete, low to moderate funds. And as you can see, the items A, B would be for putting it in Naples. The other would be C and D. And I think the project on Naples is in the wrong locations. You're taking a R1 single family neighborhood and you're putting a high density 62 unit, 3-story apartment complex in a single family neighborhood that was never to have that type of density. This is about proper planning and being able to put in the proper infrastructure for the community. You're going to see major traffic congestion if you are there during the peak hours when Greg Rogers' session. There's already a parking issue. There's already major traffic congestion. There's going to be major parking over, not even having one unit. When you look at this is a safety route to the hospital for emergency vehicles. It's a single lane that goes on Naples. So suddenly a safety issue by having more and more and more traffic and more congestion there. That would never happen if you were properly planning this. I don't believe that Oleander is a transit corridor. And again, the emphasis to be able to make that. We talked about this. I thought we had a good discussion because the funds diverted and used on another affordable housing project, which would be the Bay project. And when you look at the city's master planning, this Bayview project is in a commercial area. It's literally right on a trolley line. It's going to have additional parking spaces. It is what they call smart growth and smart plan. And if I had the choice and I was picking between this even before the residents, I would have put the money here on the Bayview family project because it is a line instead of putting it in Naples and even the closest trolley line is miles. Major transit center, I believe, is miles away. So I support taking the funds and putting it into a project that I think would be the most effective and the most proper for the zoning. I do appreciate Wakeland. I think they have done very good projects in the city, but this is one I cannot support. I want to thank the pastor and the church. I think they have a great church, but this is a project that's in the wrong location, and I can't support it because of that. I will go ahead and recognize the member from District 3.
When this project first came to us on Park Hill in East Naples about a month ago, the council only had a few days to understand it. We were only briefed a few days before. I'm hoping staff can take that in consideration whenever these type of projects come before the council at least a month in advance. I would have asked our own city staff to do our own outreach to all of you. And as some of you may not be aware, we're a part-time city council. Most of us work from 8 to 5. So a lot of the council up here spend their weekends and doing outreach. And the reason I asked and I kept delaying this vote and asked for a continuance is because I started listening to all of you. And I went to your homes, went to a few of your homes in your backyards, and I took a lot of phone calls up until 4:30 this evening. I took phone calls from a lot of you who are watching online. And my job as a legislator up here is to be completely transparent and honest with you. And the truth built. It's not going to be stopped. There's a body of legislators up here. There are 5 people up here. The decision we're allowed is to give that $4 million to Park Hill or Bayview. That is the only decision. I want to be perfectly clear to all of you. We cannot stop this. City staff knows state law, nothing that can stop from being built. So as a legislator, my job is to, should I just sit on my hands and say, I think this is wrong, so I'm marbles and leaving? That's not my job. My job was to call all of you back, every single person that reached out to me by email, phone call, or in person, visit the sites to get a clear understanding of what the issues were with drainage when the baseball fields were there, what the issues are with sight lines, with parking, with the density. That's my job. That's why I encouraged that community meeting that Pastor Joel opened up their church, and they did a second one voluntarily, which I do appreciate. But I don't think that's good enough. I think as legislators, being that we do not, if we give them this $4 million or not, it's not going to change anything. So as legislators, our job should be to listen to the and have Wakeland do the best they can to mitigate these issues. And some of these issues I do have concerns with, and I'm hoping, can the gal, is it Raquel or Rebecca? Can I ask you a few questions? Is that okay? So there's a few components I want to ask. And I'm hoping Wakeland in front of all of you can commit to this. Pastor Joel, that parking in this area is an issue. I know your congregation isn't that large, and I would imagine Sundays could be complicated. As I understand, correct me if I'm wrong, 68 units with 71 parking spots. Is that correct?
73.
73 parking spots. I'm trying to reach a goal to see if you guys can compromise and try to get it so that each unit has at least one spaces to park each vehicle or each unit. Would you take in consideration to bring down density of unit size? Can you bring it down half a dozen, 6 to take? Can you shave off at least 6 to 8 units to help with the density to begin with? Can you do that?
Yes, we can do that. Absolutely.
I'm not sure to answer this, but maybe if we shave it down to from 68 to 62 units, or maybe 6, and I know it's complicated on Sundays sometimes. To provide 20 to 30 open spaces to mitigate Foxborough and East Naples and that area. Is that a possibility? Can you guys give up? I know Sundays might be a little complicated, but can you give up 20 to 30 parking spaces so that the residents of Park Hill can park there overnight rather than on the street?
Yeah, I can answer that as well. Yes, we've been talking
these homes, and I know the differential, it's about 10 to 15 feet with a visible sight line. I know there was ideas to, aside from just having, I think, the 6-foot wooden fence, I think what I heard was, my staff was telling me, is to have maybe shrubbery or trees to, is it possible to consider for noise reduction, and also so that flashing their living rooms, can it be some sort of concrete or cinder block type wall line where lights can go through? Is that a possibility?
Yeah, it's definitely a possibility that we would look into priority. Everything's, with engineering and so, you got to get it. But yeah, I think that's definitely something we're open to and can commit to if it works.
I think in general, I'm hoping that my colleagues can also ask these questions so that Wakeland and the church can answer them in front of you, commit to that in front of you. Because again, I need to implore upon you and be honest, this project is going to be built. My hands and say, well, you couldn't do anything. This is the type of communication I want to see keep going. And our job is to entrust the city manager of releasing those funds. So if we accept this money for Park Hill tonight, the city manager still has the discretion to release that funds as the project is going on. So it should be continuous, Pastor Joel. It should be continuous meetings to invite the residents, to be in touch with council members, to be in touch with our city, in touch with Wakeland. And with lack of a better term, I don't like to say that's the best we can do, but this is the type of progress I want to see. That we do need affordability. We need to, but we need to listen to our residents and work with developers to ensure decisions are made for this community. Thank you. I yield back.
I will recognize the member from District 4.
Thank you. And while whether we agree with the scale of this project or not, our ability to shape these projects is often constrained. It's really constrained because of the by right approval. And I understand why many of you feel really frustrated by that reality. And since day one, since the very first meeting you showed up to, I think that the majority of us, if not all of us, we shared those same concerns. And that's precisely why Councilmember Nzunza called for the meeting. Now there's been 2 meetings because that community engagement is just so important when it comes to these by right projects. As a matter of fact, I had a conversation with the city manager today and I said, listen, anytime these are gonna come before us, there's gotta be some kind of community engagement on the part of the developer. Whoever's paying for this has to go out into the community and hear the concerns. Because if not, then we wouldn't have known about the drainage issues. We wouldn't have known about the rocks and the baseballs. We wouldn't have known about privacy. And while I can't get you your ultimate win tonight, those concerns are now written into the agreement. I'm sure some of you had a chance to look at it. Those exact concerns are now written into the agreement. Wakeland has made a commitment to continue working with us, to be your voice and elevate your concerns as construction is going on, because as has been said over and over, it's going to happen. And so with that, I view that kind of advocacy as jobs. I know my office, I commit to continuing to listen to you and work with you as this project is happening. And again, just making sure that those concerns can be mitigated if possible. And so for those reasons, I will be supporting this project. And I don't know if the motion has to be in 2 parts because there's an A and B. Is there anyone?
City Attorney?
There could be one motion, but I want to note that one of the resolutions 4 votes, so that could the necessary to move forward.
I will move for what is it, Amendment A as written.
A and B.
But I want to do it separate because of the 4/5 vote.
Gotcha. I second your motion.
I'm going to go ahead and say that we can do better. And there's a reason why a developer wants $4 million, is that they need that to be able to do the project. I have seen literally hundreds of projects come, and there is no guarantee that a project will be built. And I think if you are really concerned about affordable housing, put it in a transit corridor like the one on the East Street trolley. The money is there to be spent in a better place. And I think we can be doing with, but the reality is, why should we be funding a project that isn't the best project, have the best ability to create affordable housing, especially when we know it's the wrong project in the wrong place? I'll go ahead and recognize them from District 2.
So from the beginning, I contend that this item has only been a question of the financing. The city of Chula Vista undertook a RFP to invite solicitations. There was a successful winner that met requirements. And as far as I can tell, SB 4 doesn't have, or it's pretty clear. This is faith land, create affordable housing. And I'm just hoping that we're not helping create further Sacramento legislation that will restrict us even further. I'm happy to work with my colleagues to envision opportunities appropriately, but I think we're stretching our the question before us is only how to, whether this a project meets the threshold to be awarded funding and the responsiveness to their constituents. But I too want to be realistic, and I too want to be SB4. I've read the legislation. Maybe I missed opportunities, but what I hope doesn't happen in the end is that for the project to work, based on appreciation and a few other things that happen, decisions will be made at a later date. And I'm not exactly sure that before or under the faith groups what will be bound or can be bound, but I'm not an attorney. Look, I'll let those folks deal with the matter, or maybe the attorney does have law an opinion. But I will be voting for this project in a manner consistent with our city process, in a manner consistent with the original question that has been before us all this time, the awarding of the 3 million and the million, and that in no way should minimize or take away from the advocacy and the processes my colleagues have pursued. I think that is effective representation. I just don't know, based on the state law that is driving this, if all of us are inputting. So with that, I will be supporting the motion to award the funding, and for, I think it's resolution A, is that correct, gentlemen? I will be supporting in the world of better policy, better law, better everything. I'm hopeful. Broad community of what we call YIMBYs. Yes, in my backyard. And they've taken the extraordinary step of going and getting these kinds of draconian laws passed, because otherwise projects will not be fit in the what is identified as the character of the, and as a council member who challenged every day by the effects and impacts of the unhoused, hopeful that a housing solution can become part of this as we move forward. Back.
I will recognize the member from District 1.
Thank you. And I want to thank staff for all the briefings and coming back and forth with information and working with the developer and working with everyone involved. I appreciate that. And as I mentioned, the last, also goodwill, right? As before, the right of God, they can build. What we are losing is the 4 million. If we designate, can you remind me the date of by which it had to be designated, the 4 million again?
It has to be committed by the end of the fiscal year, so which is this month, end of this month.
Is that
June
correct?
30th, yes.
Okay. So we either designate, you're going to lose it for this project. We can send it somewhere else, but this project, my council colleagues mentioned, is moving forward because they can. Will you get additional funding and meet with them and, you know, create this synergy? This is what we want to see, the community coming and advocating for what they need and negotiating for middle ground and getting the people that are investing as well, but also the constructors and everyone, the developers, getting involved and see how we can make it a holistic solution for everyone. Or we might not get everything we want, but we can find middle ground. So I'm sorry, I'm also going to be to award this funding because I think that we need to decide. We need to decide, we need to designate, and we can't just stand on the side and let nothing happen. We need to get involved. And with this good faith and negotiation and listening and the community forums and the outreach and sitting together and creating, this is what we need, but we need to vote now because if not, we're going to lose it, and we're going to lose it for your community. So again, I'm going to be boarding a support. Thank you.
And recognize the attorney.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I didn't hear a direct question, but Councilmember Preciado was alluding to maybe some, I just wanted to address that point really quickly. So what the action on the table essentially approve a loan of $3 million and a loan of $1 million. The next step would be to the city on one end. There's nothing that would prevent these two entities from agreeing to some reasonable terms and conditions as a condition to receiving this commitment. The other is $1 million commitment, and so the housing authority of the city and come to terms with an agreement with the developer in this case, terms and conditions on this. Thank you.
Per Senate Bill 4, the city has no discretionary approval. Where we have any, the idea is well, I know during the meeting that they had, said they couldn't make the project pencil out if they went under 68 units. Well, now suddenly they're going to do less than 62. That how are the city going to be go ahead and have any type of leverage? And you know, everybody's talking about let's have all these community meetings. Let's work with the community. This project's been around for a little while. Why has it never happened really before? So again, I believe we should affordable housing in the right, with the right infrastructure, with the right parking, safety ability, and in the corridors. And again, this neighborhood is a beautiful single-family neighborhood, and I think there are better opportunities to be able to use that money. And when we use that $4 million, if it is approved for the Park Hills project, we as a city will lose almost all our leverage. Thank you. We have a motion and a second. Madam Clerk, if you can please read the heading.
Just to clarify, Mr. Mayor, sorry, there's one more issue. Councilmember Nzunza, and I believe the developer had committed to reducing the unit count on the development. The resolution calls for approval of a 68 unit, a 68 unit affordable housing development. Is there a consensus of the council to limit, further reduce that unit count to below 68?
Are we legally allowed to
within the loan agreement itself. And so that would be a condition that could be added along with the other conditions.
If so, 62 units. So take, Deputy Mayor has to accept it or not. Is that correct?
Yes.
I accept. Thank you.
I'm very, very concerned that, again, that may legally violate SBIR to be able to provide funding, but not to actually design the project. And I'm very, very concerned.
Mr. Mayor, so in the context of conditions to the loan agreement, the city can include that as a requirement. And so it wouldn't impact what the developer can without coming to the city, but it can be included as a condition to obtaining the loan from the city.
Do you have a precedence on what any other contract or any other lawsuit?
Yeah, this is general contract law principles. The city's entering into a contract. There'd be a meeting of the minds with the developer. And so general contract principles and authority from the state constitution would allow us to do that.
That we would not have the
Guidance, Mr. City Attorney, I still stand by my amendment to reduce the density from 68 units to 62 units. Thank you.
If I can just repeat the motion and ensure that I'm capturing it correctly for the record. This is adoption of include a condition in the loan agreement to 62 units.
If I could just ask a question, I guess my question would be, any planning? Did we do any parking analysis? Why did we just say that we were going to do 62? You know, should we go down to 40? Should we go down to 50?
Well, this comes down to speaking to the residents, speaking to the developer, speaking to the consultants, and being transparent and taking.
Well, I appreciate that comment, but I ironically not had one resident actually tell me they were in favor of it. Again, overwhelmingly, they all talked about keeping it R1 zoning.
Bad question.
This is item 7.2A, resolution of the Chula Vista Housing Authority to Wakeland Housing and Development Corporation or an affiliated entity to assist in the construction of a 68-unit affordable housing development to be located at and execute all documents related to the loan in a form approved by legal counsel. Resolution as amended to include a condition in the loan agreement to reduce density to 62 units. Member Chavez, your vote isn't registering. Oh, thank you.
Mayor McCann voting no. We need to be respectful, please.
So I believe that was for resolution A, and the city would need another motion for resolution B.
Resolution B.
Second.
The amendment that was read previously also applies to Resolution B to reduce the density to 62 units. Thank you. Item 7.2B, resolution of the City Council of the City of Chula Vista approving a loan to Wakeland Housing and Development Corporation or an affiliated unit to assist in the construction of a 68-unit affordable housing development to be located at Maple Street, authorizing the city manager to negotiate and execute all documents related to the loan in a form approved by the city attorney and appropriating funds there on this resolution, and the resolution will reflect that it is amended to include units.
Please vote. Item is approved 4-1 with. Thank you for everybody for being here. Safe neighborhood ordinance. Speak, are you ready?
Good evening, Mayor and Council. I'm here tonight to present on the Safe Neighbor Ordinance Compliancy and Transparency Report. Just for information, this report is going to cover the year 2025. Next slide. So I think it's really important to recognize for 2025, we actually had 91,234 calls for service. I think that just job that our dispatchers do for the Chula Vista community just right there by taking that amount of calls. But what our analysts did is they looked at the calls and they were asked to drill down and see what type of calls dealt with our federal agency, law enforcement operations in the region, and they look for key. And so what they found was there's 395 keywords were flagged, except 0.43% of the calls for service for 2025. But they did a further drill down. So just to put it in perspective, when they looked at those 395 Border Patrol, federal law enforcement, and so they filter through those calls because some of those calls dealt with ICE trucks, those type of calls out to actually drill down and see what was actually potentially federal law enforcement doing operations in our community. And so with that, we got down to 92 calls for service, 92 calls for service that involved federal agencies to include the FBI, U.S. Marshals. But then the analysts drilled down even further and they came up with actually 33 calls for service, which dealt with ICE or related enforcement operations in our community. And so that's how we actually drilled down and got to those calls. And so then there's a month analysis for 2025 showing immigration enforcement in our community. So in January 2025, calls for or immigration operations, excuse me, for our community. It went down to 2 in February, 2 in April, 3 in May, 3 in July, up to 8 in August, 1 in September, 1 in October, and then 3 in December to equal those 33 calls for service. And if you can go to the next slide. So with that, it went into the details of those calls. What were those 33 calls for service that was involving either ICE or Department of Homeland Security? And and so here's a breakdown analysis. 25 of those calls dealt with stakeouts in our community, meaning these federal law enforcement agencies were actually in our community, and they were other calls for service involved info only. Usually what an info only call means is that there is some type of law enforcement agency in our community and they just wanted officers. Two of those calls also included warrant service. One was and one was a knock and talk. Knock and talk is usually when law enforcement knocking on the door looking for a particular person. So related enforcement activities were stakeout type calls, and it's important to note no assistance was requested from the children, meaning we had no involvement in any way. I think it's also important to highlight that we did not respond in any way to federal law enforcement at a school or a business during this period. Some community concern in regards to some type of a detention that took place down the street from Camarena Elementary School. So under the ordinance, we also want to list our task force positions that that our officers participate in with our federal agent assigned there. This includes the Internet Crimes Against Task Force. We have a in there. It also includes the CIT, where we have an officer assigned there. It is important to note, though, that this position is going away, and we are going to be pivoting and moving an officer into a human trafficking task force. So that one, in our next report to council, will no longer exist. To the human trafficking task force, which is very important for us, and we obviously want to have somebody assigned to that. It also includes assigned to transnational organized crime task force, a San Diego narcotics enforcement task force. We do Operation Stone Garden, which does involve officers working on overtime and looking for criminal activity that has a cross-border nexus. We have a detective assigned to the Joint Terrorism Task Force and also the task force. It is important to note officers were identified in responding to any of those 33 enforcement-related calls for service I spoke about in the previous. Next slide. So another important key for our ordinance was to make sure that we are being fully transparent to our and to our community members, so they can actually log on to the police department website and they can actually see incident reports where we have received calls from either federal, state type of law enforcement personnel involving their in our community. And these reports need to be issued within 3 and this went live starting April 16th in regards to this reporting period. And you could log into, if you go to the next slide, it goes into implementation and next steps. We can ask our community to actually log on to this website and be able to see activity that is reported to us from federal law enforcement or another law enforcement entity that's out of the state. So part of the ordinance is now this was an annual report that I just provided to council for 2025. Moving 6 months, I'll be coming back to council and providing an updated report, and that will allow us to be in compliance requirements for our organization, being able to try to track this data and obviously have filters in place to get more refined information. We obviously don't want to calls. We want to be able to drill down and get to if it's actually law enforcement or not. Protocols in place to filter this information out easier now. Methodology, we want to refine data filtering processes. We want to reduce any miscalculations and improve consistency. Now, I will say though, you know, we are at the mercy of our federal law enforcement partners in regards to being able to refine this data. Just know that they're in our community, then that is something that we can't track and we can't report back to because it was not brought to our attention. Next slide. And then quality assurance. We will month to our ordinance and making sure that we consistent in our reporting to and in regards to be doing ongoing reporting. So for 20, it'll turn into a semi-annual report to council in regards to this data and reporting back every 6 months. The link down there at the bottom of the page where that's our transparency portal in regards to this information so the community can log in and see when we are being contacted and or other out-of-state law enforcement agencies and what was the contacts. With that, that ends the presentation, and I will open it up for any questions.
Do we have any questions or comments from the dais? I will go ahead and
I want to I can't thank our Chula Vista Police Department enough and your leadership. Chief Peak is just going above 33 calls for the key things that distinguishes Chula Vista, that we're not to comply and reply to any requests and any transparency requests. The human trafficking and creating a position directly focused on that, especially in this region where we have the most transited border in the world as a neighbor. And I know you actively do work and cooperate between agencies to keep our children, to keep our families safe, and that's what we're all about. I just want to mention and highlight that we are not against children, against our families in our community. This is a humane, a holistic approach to, and I want to thank you for this and our staff for doing this arduous work and presenting today. You know, just to communicate to our community the ways in which we cooperate with federal law enforcement. It's a critical component, and if we as council members receive these questions, it's only fair that we also share them with you and our staff, with the public, with confidence that their best interests are being served and that the neighbor ordinance is and disclosures like this one are essential tools for maintaining representatives. The trust is what keeps Chula Vista the safest. Always highlight the great work you do in the city. Because when every resident feels safe picking up the phone and calling the 911, we all benefit again for all this important information.
Chief Peak, I really appreciate the presentation. For the time I was sworn in, you've always responded to me right away. You've always provided reassurance. And it's your integrity and the way you lead your team that this city before, and that we protect all of our residents, documented or otherwise, those who are law abiding. You know, this is that supports our flock system, supports our drone system, and it's used in the correct manner. We're not sharing that data anywhere else. But when you report to me, you let me know, hey, Arizona or a murder suspect from New Mexico, as is intended to do, to go after violent criminals, lawns and working in the back of kitchens and people trying the program you're running and the reassurance you're giving this council, it makes it that much easier team. And did we actually put little lights on our new easier for our city council and entire county San Diego? So I really appreciate you, Chief Peak, and your entire team. Thank you very much. I yield back.
I will recognize the member from District 4.
If this report goes above and beyond ordinance, and so I can't imagine how many people hours it took to make it. Taking this very seriously and working on this. This is this appreciate it being put into the portal. Hopefully, the public will get a chance to look at it, ask some questions, put these reports out. And so, if I ask you a question, just don't take it as a criticism. I'm very happy with the product you provided today. What I did want to know is it possible for us to list whether the event occurred near like a sensitive area, like a courthouse or a school or a church? Is that possible in the future? That
Yeah, so Deputy Mayor, it is a work in progress, so I appreciate your patience as we kind of, so we can try, and so when I information being provided to us, and so for example, that took place near Camarena Elementary School. We weren't aware of that. What brought that to our knowledge was the community itself by posting stuff on federal law enforcement is calling in to provide is quite large, and so getting knowledge that they're in our community, but not knowing exactly where from the federal law enforcement agencies.
I can imagine. That kind of led me to my next question. You may have already answered the question, but are those listed in this report where you find out?
That is correct. So not always after the fact. I mean, sometimes the federal law enforcement agencies will give type of operation that they have on our city. I can tell you quite frankly, we work closely with you, and they will ask for marked police units for traffic control down the street while they execute. A lot of times we don't have a lot of information on what that case is about. It could be a case that the FBI had been working on for 5 to 10 years. It's a major criminal offense. The FBI is not doing immigration enforcement, but what I'm saying is that we share with local law enforcement. It's not Chula Vista PD. It's local law enforcement in general. They will give us, hey, we do have a warrant. We are going after an individual maybe for whatever the offense is, murder, some other type of usually or child molesters. They do work those cases quite a bit, and they ask for our assistance. And so Chula Vista PD will have advance notice on those type of things, on those type of cases, which with the transparency portal now, we'll have to, within 3 business days at least, upload that to the portal, letting the community know.
And I just want to implore upon the public to please go into the transparency report, things you, in ways we can make these reports better. Please let us know. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Madam Clerk.
Yes, we do have 2 speakers on this item. The first speaker is Robert B.
Hey, Dan. I do appreciate the report too, just so you know, because what I'm about to say is just what it is. So I look at a lot of the police documents. I audit the flock data. I audit this data. You'll have to forgive me if I just disagree with the way it's being presented as a call for service, where what we're actually doing, if I understand correctly, is we're submitting a request for information, not that we're being notified. Maybe a technicality. I just think that the call for service, if it is a call for service, it should be on the call for service log then for the police department, right? That's my interpretation of the way you've labeled the data. And so I don't know too many ICE numbers to call and get calls for service, so you'll have to forgive me if I'm just being blunt about exactly where I have an issue with this report. Having said that, I also have an issue with Operation Stone Garden, and that is a specific funding we received that I know we do operations on. I know we're doing something, and if it's not being reported what we're doing, are we doing nothing? So like I see 35 calls for service, and then we ran 150 operations of Operation Stone Garden. Now, is that us enforcing immigration? No. But does that fall under the category for where we're talking about reporting within these agencies? That could be. I'll give an example. You'll have a drug trafficker come across the border, which the walls have been getting closed, okay? So it's a little harder now, but they used to be wide open and they'd come right over the hill there, come on the backside of Otay coming in, right? And so whether it's directly in our city that they're entering or whether it's part of the operation as a whole, I think, because you included a lot more data than what was presented. And so I just would appreciate what's being displayed is also what's being transmitted through the document. And there's other like arrests that were mentioned through different task force and different other, but I didn't see the focus on the one thing that we do participate with HSI in the idea of Operation Stone Garden. And that's why I'm trying to be hyper-focused. I appreciate Cesar Fernandez for bringing up some concerns. This is you guys don't raise any concerns. How are we supposed to make the information better? Thank you.
The next speaker is Aldo B.
Thank you very much, Mayor, Council, PD. Thank you for making this report and releasing it on time. I was getting a little nervous because it was pushing to the end of the month, but we got there. I await eagerly how we can improve it. I have some suggestions. I think Councilmember Fernandez raised a good point about the location. I think having an understanding of like where they are in our communities. I understand that you're, at the whim of the federal agency and what kind of information they can share with you and what kind of information is available. I also agree with Rob. I think probably with regards to the calls of service as your methodology, I think that's like a good starting point, but I think there is other help identify where these immigration enforcement authorities are operating within the city. I think, I think the council will remember my position on flock, but if since we have it, might as well use it. And I think, you know, saying that, I mean, we have 150 of these cameras in our city. I think that is enough of a surveillance able to identify these vehicles that are noted in the report as being unmarked, which I think is a kind of a threat to the community and kind of degrades trust in law enforcement between our community members and law enforcement, not just at the federal level, but at the local level too. For a long time, especially during 2025, when this report, the time period that this report is covering, so many community members would see, I mean, like Parks and Rec people with in marked vehicles and worried that it's ICE and not wanting to. So I think, you know, being able to better track these unmarked vehicles and what using, I think is going to be really important information for the public to have, because, you know, thinking that any, you know, unmarked Ford Explorer or Dodge Durango or whatever vehicles these immigration enforcement people are using, it instills fear in people when you're subjected to this kind of threat of being picked up for doing nothing wrong. You know, American citizens have been picked up across the country for doing nothing wrong in unmarked vehicles by people who claim to be representing a federal law enforcement, and that really degrades trust and the sense of safety that people.
That concludes the speakers on this item.
Thank you very much. We are here to hear the, go ahead and accept it officially.
Accept the report.
Can I have a motion?
Second.
We have dueling motions. So whoever wants to take the motion and whoever wants to take the second. Madam Clerk, if you could.
Point 3, acceptance of the Safe Neighbor Ordinance Compliance and Transparency Report.
The report is accepted unanimously. Now we will move on to item 7. Were you guys here early?
Good evening again, Honorable Mayor and City Council Member Adrian Del Rio, Director of Finance, accompanied by Ed Prendell, Budget and Analysis Manager, and Marissa, Management Analyst. We are here tonight to present the quarterly financial report for the quarter ending March 31st, 2026. I'll now hand it over to Ed to cover the intro and purpose, and then Maritza as well.
Council members and Mayor and City Council members, the third quarter financial report is based on data from the quarter ending on March 31st, 2026. The report is in compliance with the city charter to provide quarterly updates on the city's financial condition to the City Council and to the public. It identifies various budgetary changes that are needed to reflect projected revenues and expenditures. It forecasts year-end revenues and expenditures based on actuals, trends, and assumptions. It addresses changes in budgetary needs with recommended adjustments, appropriations, and transfers to various funds. Per the third quarter ending on March 31st, 2026, the general fund revenues are expected to be less than the amended budget by approximately $2.4 million. The main contributors to the revenues coming under budget are property tax anticipated to be under budget by $3.2 million due to a slowdown in the number of homes sold, as well as other projected revenues in relationship to the budget. Transient occupancy tax is anticipated to come in $1.3 million lower than budget due to a projected decrease in travel and hotel stays and updated revenue assumptions. However, franchise fees, property tax in lieu of VLF, Measure A, and Measure P sales tax combined are projected to come in $1 million higher than budget. Staff is projecting expenditures to be less than the amended general fund budget by $2.4 million, with overages and utilities and other expenses offset with savings primarily in transfers out, personnel services, and supplies and services. The main contributors are a projected decrease in personnel services expenditures of approximately $1.2 million, largely driven by vacancies in both the police and fire departments. A projected decrease in supplies and services expenditures of approximately $1.1 million, driven by a reduction of costs for the June election in the city clerk's budget and reductions in contracted costs in the Finance and Human Resources Department. A projected increase in other expenses of $0.6 million, driven by increased credit card transactions and bank fees. And then a projected decrease in transfers out of approximately $1.3 million related to primarily debt service payment transfers from the general fund. A projected increase in utilities of $0.6 million, largely due to rising electricity costs tied to usage. As detailed in the previous slides, we are projecting both general fund revenues and expenditures to be lower than the amended budget by $2.4 million, respectively. It is important to note that these projections may change as more data becomes available as part of the year-end closing process. Staff will continue to monitor the budget and will provide budgetary updates in the fourth quarter financial report. I will pass the presentation over to Maritza Vargas to go over the significant adjustments that are being requested for the third quarter.
Good evening. The significant recommended amendments to the general fund is a transfer of expenditure appropriations resulting in no net fiscal impact. The itemized list of all adjustments are referenced in attachment 1, also known as the third quarter report, and as well as the resolution. The transfer of budget expenditures to amend the fiscal year 26 adopted budget include the following. In the Public Works Department, it's a transfer of non-personnel expenditures of $300,000 from supplies and services to transfers out for the Norman Park Senior Center elevator project. Oops, wrong way. Staff is recommending the following significant changes in the other funds, which will either be offset by additional revenues fund balance. In the Pension and Debt Reserve Fund is an increase to non-personnel expenditures from available fund balance of $4.7 million for OPEB reimbursement and bond call allocations for debt service payments. This is consistent with what was included in the fiscal year 26 adopted budget. In the Trunk Sewer Capital Reserve Fund is an increase of non-personnel expenditures for the Rita Bayfront Sewer Improvement CIP project of $3.3 million, partially offset by estimated revenues of $340,000 from the Public Facilities DIF Fund. And lastly, the state grants reflects an increase of to non-personnel expenditures of $465,000, partially offset from available fund balance of $395,000 and estimated revenues of $70,000 for grants in the Public Works Environmental Services Division and the Police Department. In accordance with the donations policy 270-01, the Public Works Department is requesting City Council approval for the acceptance of various trees, supplies, and planting services with an estimated value of $31,600. These donations will provide trees in city open space and parks for long-term ecosystem services and environmental benefits. I will hand the presentation back to Adrian.
All right, well, just to conclude, as far as next steps, the fiscal year 27 budget was adopted by City Council on May 19th. The staff has loaded the adopted budget into our financial system, and we'll be working on producing the final version of the FY27 adopted budget book over the next several weeks. Staff will be coming back with the presentation of the fiscal year 2026 fourth quarter financial report in October, November timeframe. And the audited financial statements for fiscal year 2026, otherwise known as the ACFR, which that process will be starting soon and is anticipated to be completed at the end of the calendar year and will be presented to City Council in the February timeframe. So to conclude, the recommended actions for City Council is to accept the quarterly financial report for the quarter ended March 31st, 2026 and adopt the resolutions making various amendments to the fiscal year 2026 budget and the fiscal year 2026 capital improvement program budget to adjust for variances and appropriate funds for that purpose, and then to accept donations in the amount of $31,600 from Tree San Diego in support of the Public Works Department's operation. That concludes our presentation and will be available for any questions.
Thank you very much. Madam Clerk, are there any speakers?
No, there are no speakers on this item.
And I don't see any speakers on the dais, so I'm going to make the motion to approve 7.4 B, and B. Do I have a second? We have a motion and a second. Madam Clerk, if you can please read the heading.
Item 7.4A is resolution of the City Council of the City of Chula Vista making various amendments to the fiscal year 2025-26 budget to adjust for variances and appropriating funds therefore, four-fifths vote required. Item 7.4B is resolution of the City Council of the City of Chula Vista accepting donation from the Tree San Diego.
Please vote. Item is approved unanimously. We will now move on to item 7.5. Lieutenant Monreal, welcome, and the floor is yours.
Thank you. Just make sure the presentation is up. Good evening, Mayor, City Council, City Manager. Thank you for allowing me to present in the upcoming domestic terrorism training exercise. My name is Joel Monreal, and I'm a lieutenant for the Chula Vista Police Department and also the SWAT commander. During this presentation, I will cover the following items. The training is funded through UASI. What is UASI and why this training is important? The partnership with Gaylord Pacific Resort, Chula Vista Public Works, local law enforcement agencies, Chula Vista Fire, EMS, and the grand details. What is UAS? UAS is Urban Area Security Initiative. It's a federal program from the Federal Emergency Management Agency, FEMA, that provides funding to high-threat areas. Their purpose is to enhance regional preparedness and capabilities to prevent, protect against, respond to, and recover from terrorist attacks. Why is this training exercise? Unfortunately, in San Diego County, we had several of these events, with the most recent one on May 18th at the Islamic Center in San Diego, where we lost 3 lives. More realistic role players and realistic injuries, building partnerships with local businesses, Chula Vista Public Works, local law enforcement agencies, and EMS, and to test our procedures. For example, for this local agencies will be participating: San Diego Police Department, San Diego Sheriff Department, National City Police Department, Harbor Police Department, El Cajon Police Department. No federal law enforcement agencies will participate in this event. This event will take place at Gaylord Pacific Resort and Convention Center, and it will be on October 2026. This event is fully supported by Gaylord staff, management, and leadership. Now, the company we selected after a competitive process is Sense Makers LLC. They're based out of Anaheim, California. They were established in 2013, and they have done several, in the hundreds, training exercises in California through UASI. Now, grand details. We are receiving $150,000 from UASI to hire a consultant company to conduct the training exercise. Also $50,000 for overtime the day of the event. It requires that we work with other local law enforcement agencies and also with Chula Vista Fire, other local fire departments, and EMS. For example, for this exercise, we are planning on having 200 to 250 participants. That's to include law enforcement agencies, the consultant company, the local businesses that will be helping us, fire department, and also the actors that will be playing, role-playing during this event. Doing this type of exercises is nothing new to Chula Vista. Back in 2019, we conducted a successful training at North Island Credit Union Amphitheater for preparedness for domestic terrorism events. In closing, this training exercise will help to enhance all San Diego County first responders' response capabilities and preparedness to domestic terrorism incidents. Bottom line is we want to protect our community, keep them safe, and continue being the safest city in California. The Chula Vista Police Department respectfully asks the City Council to approve the consultant services contract. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Madam Clerk, are there any speakers on this item?
We do have one speaker on this item if you'd like me to proceed with calling them.
Yes, please.
Aldo B.
Hi, Aldo B. Thanks for hanging in there. This is a long meeting. I just had some clarifying questions with regards to the exercise, if I can ask, because it's a Homeland Security Exercise Evaluation Program. But in your report just now, you said that there won't be any federal agencies participating in the event, correct?
So what we'll do as a public speaker, you can make all your questions, and then if somebody on the dais wants to be able to ask that to the presenter, they can go ahead and take your questions and provide those to the presenter.
All right. Then I present my question, the same question to the council. Just to confirm what was just presented, federal agencies won't be participating in this program, but it is a Homeland Security initiative to prepare for anti-terrorism, correct?
And what's your next question?
That was it. I just wanted clarification on specifically the HSEEP program. I would just want more information and how it relates to the presence of federal agencies in the city. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Lieutenant, can you answer that question?
Absolutely. This is a federal grant, so we will not have any law enforcement federal agencies, but this is a federal grant through FEMA, correct?
Thank you. Any more speakers?
We do have one additional speaker, Robert.
I'm back. No. Yeah, it's important that we go through these trainings to prepare everyone for it. I've been advocating for a while now about like the Erickson report and our 911 systems, and seeing that we're prepared for any type of situation, whether it be in-person physical or digital or informational, right? I do have the same concern though, right? Because this is an operation or a plan to cooperate with Homeland Security, right? And the plans for this training come from them, hence I think the funding even. And so you already know my position about all the immigration stuff, but I speak also for the community into raising that concern, right? That if we are participating with other agencies, that we make it transparent, right? We also should forewarn the public that a training session is happening. We should preemptively get other people engaged to know how they should respond. And so I apologize if that was mentioned during the presentation. I was talking to a couple other people. I wish those presentations would be available before so I could see what you're, but I did see some of the paperwork on it. And so, yeah, like I said, I'm here to be a team player too. And if I think, even if I disagree with something, I can still represent and ask about it. I think you did answer that question, but I encourage that notices be put, the press release, like they had on the sign out there for the ice cream social, kind of warning people about an event coming up. I did see that it's not on the calendar. You might want to check that one out. But that's the little off subject there on that one. Yeah, like I said, I want to show my support because, at the end of the day, we're a team. right? Like you work with us, we work with you, just like we work with you guys. And so just what agencies are we involved with during that exercise would be a great start for me. So thank you.
Thank you.
That concludes the speakers on this item.
I see no speakers on the dais. I will go ahead and make the motion to approve 7.5. We have a motion and a second. Madam Clerk, if you can please read the heading.
Item 7.5 is resolution of the City Council of the City of Chula Vista approving a consultant services agreement between the city and SenseMakers LLC to design, develop, conduct, and evaluate a full-scale regional domestic terrorism response exercise.
Please vote. Item is approved unanimously. Thank you very much. Madam Clerk, do we have any more public speakers for public comments?
We had one additional speaker, Regiments Admiral.
I don't think he is here anymore.
We'll note that for the record. That concludes the speakers under public comment.
Thank you. I will now recognize the city manager.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just a quick thank you to all the community members that came out for the first watch party last week, and another invitation to join us this Thursday for the next watch party on 3rd Avenue Memorial Park. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Under the mayor's report, I was very proud to attend several graduations and promotion ceremonies across Chula Vista and celebrated the accomplishments of our students. And just want to say congratulations to all the promotees and all the individuals that graduate. They have a bright future ahead. Attended the South Bay Elevate Small Business Awards and was proud to recognize many. We had the official opening of the Adult Day, 4th officially, and provided official housing opportunities in Chula Vista at an affordable rate. I attended the City Port Appreciation event celebrating the opening of Marzul at the Gaylord Pacific Resort Convention Center. And I thought it was really exciting because we had a lot of individuals who were there who had worked on the Pacific Gaylord Resort and the master planning of the Gaylord and the Chula Vista Bayfront. And it was really neat to see some of the old timers. And I was just very honored to be there as I was a council member in 2003 when we started the planning, and taking 22 years to actually get the grand opening. It was just really neat to see a lot of the old school people who were just incredibly proud for all they did, and it was a true team effort. I hosted a coffee with the mayor, and I want to appreciate Lieutenant Ray for joining us to answer many questions, safety, including traffic issues, school safety, and just being safe in parking lots when the people are being shopping. And that was incredible because many times we do ourselves to make sure that we don't put things of value in our cars that people can see on top of the chairs. I also attended Lee Price's retirement ceremony and thanked him for his service. He's been a mainstay in Chula Vista in the educational community for over 30 years, so it was really neat to see him retire. As a Navy veteran, I was honored to attend the Elks Lodge Flag Day celebration, recognizing our nation's flag and the freedom it represents. And if you ever really want to see an incredible representation of the history of the flag and the United States, definitely contact me because it's one of the best celebrations I've ever seen. I attended the ribbon cutting ceremony for Deanne Baldwin Plaza on the Montecito community. It was really neat to see all the great things that had come together to make sure that we could have such a great community in that area and to be able to recognize somebody that we've known over 30 years who was a key component with the Baldwin Company. Our San Diego Port Chair Ann Moore received an award at the San Diego Chapter of American Planning Association award ceremony. And I was so proud to be there to support her and to be able to help her with that recognition. I attended the Chula Vista Police Department swearing-in ceremony, and it was really neat to be able to see that we had 4 officers take their oath of office, 1 dispatcher, and 2 hourly CSOs as we continue to work diligently to continue to staff up our police department, making sure that we get good quality, but also making sure that we recruit quality community service officers and dispatchers. I attended the San Diego FC soccer celebration, and I just wanted to thank and congratulate Mexico for winning their first game, Canada for winning their first game, and the U.S. for winning their first game. And it was really neat. We had it at the Chula Vista Elite Training Center. We had all these screens. It was an incredibly family-friendly and festive event. I saw so many soccer players there, a lot of AYSO people, and it was really neat to see that the U.S. was able to, for the first time ever, their highest scoring win in the World Cup over Paraguay 4-1. I attended the Tony Jefferson Youth Football Camp and enjoyed seeing young athletes developing their skills and teamwork. And it was great to see Tony Jefferson, who plays for the Los Angeles Chargers, and still hoping that someday we can call them the San Diego Chargers again. I attended the walkout ceremony honoring Chula Vista PD Agent Ruby Lopez-Ing, and it was amazing to see somebody who had given 25 years of her life dedicated to doing her best and being an exceptional officer. And it was amazing because knowing what she has done and being able to go after child predators, able to keep our community safe was incredible. And we want to thank her for everything she's done and then wish her well at the District Attorney's Office. So with that, I will move to council comments, and I will go ahead and recognize the member from District 1.
Thank you. I'm going to keep this brief. I want to attend as well Salt Creek and both elementary schools for their graduations, and it's great to see the family. And I want to also congratulate the parents for all the packing of lunches and the early mornings and the late afternoons and soccer practice and everything they do for their kids to get there at this very special day in their life. I also want to mention that, you know, Juneteenth was today, as many of you attended the flag raising. I had the honor to be here and join our community and at Southwestern College today, where they did raise the flag in commemoration of Juneteenth. Also, I wanted to mention that I attended the June 12th Standing Board of Directors meeting, where the board received an item on the annual audits results. And the report returned with a unmodified or a clean opinion and notably reflected improvement in the SR 125 toll back office system since the previous audit. I continue to emphasize that as long as we maintain a toll system on the SR 125, it must operate accurately and efficiently and transparently for the public. I will keep on fighting for a free 125 for all constituents, especially now that we are bringing so many more things to the city, like the university and many others. I wanted to mention that I also attended the recent American Planning Association Awards to celebrate the recognition of our Port of San Diego chair, the Chula Vista Commissioner, our very own Ann Moore for her outstanding contributions to the Chula Vista Bayfront, and her leadership has been instrumental in advancing to many transformative projects and resources that continue to add to the magnificent city that we call home. I also attended the Baldwin Plaza ribbon cutting, a beautiful new neighborhood park in Otay Ranch. And well, I wanted to mention as well that I attended the binational graduation along with my council colleague, Michael Nsunza, held by the Sweetwater Union High School District last week for students whose loved ones are unable to attend the celebrations held at their schools. We live in a vibrant and interconnected binational region with many on both sides of the border crossing back and forth every single day to work, visit loved ones, and seek opportunities. I applaud the school district for the extra effort to be inclusive, and I cherish this opportunity to celebrate our students' achievements alongside all who support them on their journeys. And with that, thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. I will recognize the member from District 2.
Just briefly, we are working on a summer senior meeting of the new Friends of Norman Senior Park. We are attempting to schedule such a gathering at the Chula Vista Heritage Museum and History Center that's located on Garrett Avenue. Details will be posted shortly. The event will be free and open to everyone, and the idea is to encourage the new Friends of Norman Senior Center to visit an emerging cultural outlet for the community. And that's all I will report at this time. Thank you.
Thank you. I will go ahead and recognize the member from District 3. No report. I will recognize the member from District 4.
All right, I went to a couple of graduations, but one of them was for my own son at Bonita Vista High School. I'm a middle school, so I look forward to his success, both in the classroom and on the field as a Baron. And then for the city, I represented at Castle Park High School's graduation, the only comprehensive high school in the district that I represent, but also where my wife went to high school, go Trojans. I want to highlight the fact that their valedictorian gave such an amazing and inspiring speech, and she is truly a binational student. She talked about that experience in her speech, very moving. Keeping in line with education, I wanted to welcome new interns to my office, Rebecca and Emilio, both Chula Vista residents, and will start university at San Diego State in the fall. Go Aztecs. I did attend the Sweetwater Authority Customer Appreciation event. I want to thank them for hosting more of those public, but more importantly, as a customer, I want to thank them for not raising their rates. Lastly, we did hear earlier in public comment, I would like to see consensus amongst my council colleagues to bring the proposed charter reform initiative back on a future agenda for discussion and potential action for preparation of a possible ballot measure. This proposal has generated significant public interest and involves potential changes to the structure and operation of city government. So given the scope of those issues being discussed, I believe it's appropriate for council to receive a presentation, ask questions, and then provide an opportunity for public input. I'm not asking for the council to take a position on any specific provision. I'm simply requesting that we schedule a future discussion so that the proposal can be reviewed in an open and transparent public setting, so residents have a better opportunity to understand what is actually being proposed and what that could mean for the city of Chula Vista. So with that, I will seek council consensus.
It looks like you have consensus.
That is all.
Thank you very much. Wanted to recognize the city clerk.
I have no report this evening, thank you.
Okay, and then before we go to the attorney's report, we will go ahead and after we do this attorney's report, we will go ahead and report out. And now I will recognize the city attorney.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. We will be holding closed session tonight. Item 4.1 is a public employee appointment pursuant to Government Code Section 54957B. The item before you to be discussed will potentially appoint a deputy city manager at an annual base salary of $291,697.38 effective July 6, 2026. This position is an executive management position and will receive all the benefits authorized under the current unrepresented compensation summary for the executive management employee group. And we will need to report out an action taken in closed session for this item. Again, the title is Deputy City Manager. Item 14.2 is a conference with legal counsel regarding existing litigation pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.9D1. There are 5 cases on the agenda tonight. Item A is Francisco versus City of Chula Vista. Item B is Chula Vista versus Slade Fisher. Item C is Eric Crockett versus City of Chula Vista. Item D is Element 7 Chula Vista 1 LLC versus City of Chula Vista. And item E is Roxana Kennedy versus City of Chula Vista, all as further described in your agenda. And I do believe we have a public comment on the closed session.
Madam Clerk, if you can please call the first speaker.
Yes, Robert has registered on items 14.1 and 14.2, so this first item will be with respect to 14.1.
Thank you. Yeah, I do appreciate the information that you gave. When I was looking at the agenda, it doesn't say any of that, right? And I mean, you know, forgive me if I'm saying this incorrectly, but I'd like to even see the name of who it is, you know? I mean, you're going to report it out anyways, right? But it's just something that I've been trying to push for, is that if you're going to bring more information like that for something that's not listing any information, I think, you know, if you're just even displaying the salary, like the stats of the job, like the description, the, you know, whatever it is, to get the public to have, so then you having maybe not say it, and then they don't know. It's just a suggestion. Like I said, that's for 14.1. Moving in the future, it'd just be great to have that additional information, which you just publicly said anyways. So, you know, we can go ahead and cut the time for this item, and we'll move to the next one. Thank you.
Before you move on, Robert, I just want to say that's not a terrible idea, and so we will consider it. It's public information that I am required to report verbally, but we'll take that into consideration. Thank you, Robert.
Thank you. And then with 14.2, in regards to any litigation, you know, I'm not privy to the information. I do want to show support for our police chief in that idea. I do also want to show support for the smoke shops, which have been put under an additional pressure by this council for different regulations, different things that we've been putting on to them. So, you know, I'd like to say that in support of these locals. Not too familiar with the other ones. But as far as any litigation, I hope that the city wants to resolve and maybe even fix things if there are issues, right, before we get to this point. You know, this should be like the last resort. We can't find common ground. We can't do anything, and so we're here. We have to take it to the court. And I just encourage that anyone who comes with your grievance, you know, specifically the public or even employees or whoever, I hope that the city is working its hardest to solve those before we get to this point. You know, I think we should all work together in that. So, and Yeah, I just appreciate my public time to speak. I appreciate how we do it here in Chula Vista. It's unlike everywhere else, so we'll be looking forward to the end, hearing the results. So thank you.
Thank you. Okay, we will go now and go into closed session, and we'll come back out to then adjourn council meeting on July 2026 here in these 5 p.m. Wait for another, two more council members, and then we're going to report out an item. Okay. We're going back out to open session to report. I will now go ahead and recognize the attorney.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. Regarding item 14.1 on the closed session agenda, I am pleased to report that the City Council met in closed session and voted 5-0 unanimously to ratify the appointment of Fred Musavipur as Deputy City Manager. Congratulations, Fred. And Mr. Mayor, if I can take a moment, I just want to wish all the fathers out there, including those of you on City Council, Happy Father's Day for on Sunday. So just forgot to include that as part of my report, but here it is now. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
And we're going to go ahead and go back into closed session, but we will not report out tonight. So want to thank all of our officers and the interpreters. They can have a great night. Thank you. Good night.